Good morning once again. Bonjour tout le monde. As we begin our meeting today and on behalf of Ottawa City Council, I wish to acknowledge that Ottawa is built on unceded Anishinaabe Algonquin territory. The peoples of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation have lived on this territory for millennia. Their culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. The City of Ottawa honors the peoples and land of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation and honors all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples and their valuable past and present contributions to this land. For those who are able, please rise for a moment of personal reflection. Thank you, merci. Please remain standing for the performance of our national anthem. Thank you, merci. I will now ask the council coordinator to do the roll call, please.
Councillor Lulaf.
Present.
Councillor Dudas.
Present.
Councillor Hill.
Present.
Councillor Curry.
Here.
Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Councillor Gower.
Here.
Councillor Kavanagh.
Present.
Councillor Johnson.
Here.
Councillor Devine.
Here.
Councillor Bradley.
Here.
Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Councillor Plant.
Ici.
Councillor King.
Here.
Councillor Troster.
Here.
Councillor Leeper.
Good morning.
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Menard.
Here.
Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor Kitts.
Here.
Councillor Giroux.
Here.
Councillor Brown.
Here.
Councillor DeRush.
Here.
Councillor Hubley.
Here.
Councillor Lowe.
Here.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Here.
You have quorum, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And just before we get started, I wanted to turn it over to Wendy to give a few remarks. Wendy?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and good morning, everyone. I want to take the opportunity this morning to introduce members of council to the newest member of our senior leadership team who's joining us today, Debbie Stewart, our General Manager of Strategic Initiatives. Debbie is over here to my right. I know that the entire senior leadership team is absolutely thrilled to have Debbie as part of the team and leading the new SI department, which is going to deliver on your highest priorities while supporting the rest of the organization and adapt to the evolving needs of our community. Debbie brings a wealth of experience to the role. She served previously in several high-profile positions with the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, including being the Vice President of Innovation and Partnerships, as well as Vice President of the Multi-Unit Operations and Vice President of the Assisted Housing Client Solutions Management. And while we were going through the process, what really struck me with Debbie is her strong passion that she has, for challenging the status quo, for breaking down the barriers. And I know she's fully committed to leveraging that here in her new role at the city. And I think, this was very evident in the work that she had done with CMHC to deliver on Canada's first national housing strategy, which was a major accomplishment for our country. And Debbie did some outstanding work delivering a multi-million-dollar annual budget, which featured an innovation program that changed the way things had always been done and developed new solutions for the housing system, in addition to growing the affordable housing supply. And Debbie has delivered transformational change across a variety of functions, and she's very passionate about interconnecting policy areas, including sustainability, climate resiliency, and economic development. And Debbie is a visionary. She's a versatile and authentic leader, a collaborator, and a real relationship builder. She has a very proven track record of building high-performing and engaged teams, and I think we're very fortunate to have her join the team. So Debbie, welcome to Team Ottawa, and welcome to the City of Ottawa, I think to your very first formal council meeting. And I know I'm looking forward, and the rest of the organization is looking forward to working with you in terms of moving the momentum and pushing that agenda forward. I'd also like to wrap up, Mr. Mayor and Council, just by thanking Ryan Perot, who stepped in to the position on an interim basis. And Ryan has been leading that, I'm going to say, stability of the new department since he took the reins in April. And Ryan is going to step into his new role as of Friday. So with that, please join me in welcoming Debbie to the City of Ottawa. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Merci.
Thank you, Wendy, and welcome, Debbie. And I know you've prepared a 30-minute speech now for us. No, I'm just kidding. Great to have you with us, Debbie. Thank you very much. Okay, confirmation of minutes from the council meeting of September 4th. Are the minutes carried? Any declarations of interest? I'll note the communications on the agenda. We did not receive any regrets. Motion to introduce reports. Councillor King.
Thank you, Your Worship, that the Agricultural and Rural Affairs Committee Report 16, Built Heritage Committee Report 17, Planning and Housing Committee Report 33, Transit Commission Report 14, and the report from the City Clerk entitled Summary of Oral and Written Public Submissions for Items Subject to the Planning Act Explanations Requirements at the City Council meeting of September 4th, 2024 be received and considered, and that the rules of procedure be suspended to receive and consider the Finance and Corporate Services Report 17 and Ottawa Board of Health Report 2 in camera due to the time sensitivity of the items contained in these reports.
Thank you, Councillor King. Is that carried? Okay, item 10 is the Ottawa Board of Health report that pertains to an employee. So if anyone wants to request that go in camera, we can go in camera. But if not, I will just simply read the motion. So if everybody's good with that council recommend the appointment of Dr. Emil Zuna Prickrol as Associate Medical Officer of Health to the Minister of Health in accordance with the City of Ottawa Act 1999 and the Health Protection and Promotion Act, and subject to approval of recommendation 1 that council transmit its recommendation for approval of the appointment to the Minister of Health. Is that carried? Thank you. Item 11.1 from Agricultural and Rural Affairs Committee is ATVs using municipal roads to access Marlborough Forest for special event. Is that carried? I believe we're holding item 11.2. From the Built Heritage Committee, 12.1 is the designation of 50 Carruthers Avenue. Is that carried? 12.2, application to demolish several properties on St. Patrick's Street. Is that carried? Sorry? Okay, holding 12.2. 12.3 is application for demolition at 7 Crescent Road. Is that carried? 12.4 is the designation of 123 Metcalf Street. Is that carried? 12.5 is the Heritage Register removals report. Is that carried? We will hold 13.1, the budget directions. 13.2 is the application for approval to expropriate lands for the Baseline Transit Priority Phase project. Is that carried? From Planning and Housing Committee, item 14.1 is the Demolition Control Bylaw Amendment. Is that carried? 14.2 Zoning Bylaw Amendment for 6310 and 6320 Hazeldean Road. Is that carried? Okay.
Dissent.
Okay, we're holding it actually. Thank you. Item 14.3 is the official plan amendment for Canada North Economic District, and I understand there's a motion from Councillor Curry on that, which I think we can deal with quickly if everybody's okay with that. Councillor Curry?
Yeah, guess I didn't actually check to see the whereases were all the same, but they kind of are. Is it okay if I read the therefore be it resolved?
Yep.
Because this is just a slight change from what was at committee, but the therefore be it resolved is slightly different. Therefore be it resolved that the KNED urban design guidelines reflect the urban design guidelines for high-rise buildings approved by City Council on May 23rd, 2018, specifically the separation between towers, section 2.25, with the separation between towers being typically 23 meters or 25 meters, depending on tower height, diagram 2-9, while ensuring that due to the unique goals and special nature of the Canada North Economic District, flexibility be provided so that a reduced separation could be considered on a site-by-site basis where it can be demonstrated that the placement of the buildings will not create wind or sun shadow impacts on major public spaces on the site pursuant to the city terms of reference for wind and shadow studies. And be it further resolved that staff in the Planning, Development and Building Services Department will continue to review the right-of-way cross-sections and bring forward revised cross-sections as part of the CPP bylaw, along with other mobility-focused recommendations for the CPP area.
Okay, is that carried?
Carried.
And the item as amended then, is that carried? Okay, item 14.4 is a zoning bylaw amendment for 3484 Innes Road and 240 and 270 LaMarche Avenue. Is that carried?
Dissent. Dissent.
Okay. Item 14.5, community benefits charge bylaw. Is that carried? 14.6 is Bill 185 implementation with respect to development review and Bill 109 monitoring report. Is that carried? Hold. Hold, okay. On the Transit Commission report, we'll hold that. And then on the bulk consent agenda, is that carried? Okay, so we will go back to item 11.2, which is the Wetland Omnibus Official Plan Amendment and Zoning Bylaw Amendment. Councillor Gower?
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I didn't want to let this item pass without a bit of a comment. So nearly 2 years ago, the province passed Bill 23 and they changed Ontario's wetland evaluation system, which made it easier for provincially significant wetlands, or PSWs, to be reclassified as non-provincially significant. And they also removed some layers of transparency and accountability in wetland evaluations. During consultation with the province, our own city staff opposed these changes, and they wrote that they contradict well-understood wetland science, and they would undermine decades of planning decisions with adverse effects on natural heritage and municipal plans. The province moved forward anyways, and since then across Ontario, 158 hectares of wetland in 17 municipalities have lost their PSW designation. The highest portion of those losses is here in Ottawa, with 55 of the 158 hectares within the Goulburn Wetland Complex, which is just west of Stittsville. And so that's what's in front of us today. Thankfully, while the province appears to be backing away from wetland protection, the City of Ottawa is stepping up. The affected wetlands that are in this report will still be protected under the city's Natural Heritage Systems overlay and by conservation authorities locally. And staff have confirmed that next year they will be beginning work to create an up-to-date inventory of wetlands in rural areas so that we have a baseline to monitor from. There are also some early conversations about partnerships with universities to help the city evaluate the health of wetlands and their carbon storage potential. As most people know, wetlands mitigate flooding and climate change, and they provide habitat for wildlife, including species at risk, and they give us natural places to explore and enjoy. City staff must continue to monitor and protect wetlands and augment the reporting to council and the public to ensure that the long-term health and preservation of wetlands is maintained. And finally, I'd like to thank the Friends of Stittsville Wetlands for their ongoing advocacy and action to ensure that wetlands are protected. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Is the item carried? Okay, moving to item 12.2. Councillor Plante, I believe you had a question on that.
Yeah, I just had some questions for staff about this heritage property demolition. I see Mr. Curry's just getting set up here. Hi, thank you so much, Court. And first of all, thanks to you and your staff for all your work on this. I know my office wasn't involved because it involved the legal counsels as well from both sides. So I know those meetings sometimes went long. So I do appreciate the work you guys did on this file. So I just wanted to backtrack a minute because we did have a request from the Lower Town Community Association about the potential for the rebuild on this site. Is it normal on a heritage property that we, sort of Lego all the different pieces, we sort of put them in a storage room, and then we rebuild with the original materials? Is that something that's done normally?
Mayor, typically no. The HCD plan that will be before council in 1 month's time for Lower Town and Byward Market speak to respecting historical expression, materiality that is historic in nature, but yes, when able to, the reuse of materials, but it is not a must.
And is there other properties in and around this location that have the same sort of heritage characteristics, the horse and carriage kind of garage opening and some of the characteristics that the community pointed out are unique to this property?
Councillor, yes, there are several grade 1 properties that are similar in nature. I don't want to underscore the importance and the unfortunate circumstance that collectively we are all in losing these properties. They certainly are of high caliber, but there are other representative examples in the Lower Town community of this style of architecture and massing.
Great. And then I think, would it be fair to say that if we were to sort of get into the nitty-gritty of the construction materials and separating them and putting them in a storage unit, say, and then using that for the rebuild, would that delay the demolition of this property?
Mayor, council certainly can, it's within their purview to add a condition to the demolition application to require as such. That said, that condition is appealable to the OLT should the landowner wish to do so. And yes, that condition would require a level of due diligence that would contribute to a delay in the demolition likely.
Wonderful. And then I was just wondering if you could speak to the motion that was adopted at Heritage Committee that I put forward about respecting the original design of the building. Could you just maybe speak to the wording that we had around that?
So, Mayor, the future HCD plan will be very tight in terms of architectural expression, roof lines, relationship to the street, massing of the buildings. So that protection will be in place for the entire district. That said, what Built Heritage Committee did was very specific to these properties and mandated that in future development applications that we receive, both in planning services and within my service area, that we must be respective of the scale and expression of those existing homes in future applications.
I don't have any more questions. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Maire. Merci. Thanks, Court.
Merci à vous. Okay, is the item carried? Okay, moving to item 13.1, which is the proposed 2025 budget directions timeline and consultation process. We'll open that up to questions to staff, if anyone have any. This is the budget direction, yeah. Okay, no questions? Nobody's putting their hand up. Okay. Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, Mayor, and thank you so much to staff for putting this very detailed report together. It's nice to see our options in front of us. I believe this question was already asked at committee, but because I was not there and not everybody was watching, I just wanted to ask it again here. We're deeply reliant on property taxes, and the province has not directed MPAC to reassess property values since prior to the pandemic. Do you think that the lack of an adjustment to property values is artificially depressing the revenue that the city would otherwise expect to receive?
Mr. Mayor, so correct, MPAC hasn't done their assessment since 2016. We're still waiting for that revised assessment to come from MPAC. But to be clear, when a reassessment is done, all things being equal, it doesn't generate incremental taxation revenue to the system or to the city. So some properties will go up, some properties will go down, but all things being equal, there is no incremental revenue that would come into the city's budget.
And my second question is, do you, irrespective of the transit budget, which we obviously have a huge problem to solve there, do you believe that 2.9% is a sufficient tax increase for us to maintain our core infrastructure? Because my understanding is we do have a huge infrastructure deficit that is looming just to maintain our core assets.
Mr. Mayor, the extensive work will kind of ramp up into that fifth gear, if you will, after today, if this is approved in terms of getting all those details together for our budget tabling on November 13th. What we're committing to from our infrastructure perspective is the long-range financial plan that was brought forward in 2017, 2018. The rate side of that plan, we've closed that infrastructure gap. On the tax side of that plan, we put forward a funding strategy that council endorsed and approved, where we would close that gap by 2026. So we're still on track and committed to do that. Having said that, as per the asset management plans that came forward earlier this year, provincial legislation has changed. So now the goalposts and the framework has changed. We've been meeting our obligations of that revised legislation, and the next part of that requirement is for us to come back in 2025. The plan is to be back here in June timeframe with the updated long-range financial plans for our tax supported assets, our rate supported assets, and that will have the funding strategy for that revised playbook, if you will.
Okay, thank you. I said this to the mayor personally. I've been really consistent over the years. I don't like this way of budgeting. I think it's a misunderstanding that this is the way we've always done it, that we set a tax increase in advance. This was a development that came in a few years ago. In Toronto, it came in under Rob Ford. That was not the status quo before. My concern is that when we set a tax rate in advance, it is rather arbitrary. And we're not giving staff the opportunity to tell us not only what they need to maintain core assets, but what they need to bring in the improvements that our residents are asking for. So I'm hearing about overflowing garbage cans, crumbling sidewalks, a lack of safe bike parking, a lack of trees, basic necessities that people aren't happy with, potholes, park amenities, maintenance of parks. And I'm really concerned that over the years we've chronically underfunded basic services. Transit budget aside, I absolutely agree with the mayor's campaign for fairness for Ottawa. We're absolutely being shortchanged when it comes to the federal and provincial government. But we also haven't really done our part. If we take a look at the numbers, they don't lie. Our compounded property tax increase over the previous 10 years is 12% below Toronto, and our actual average property taxes are similarly underperforming. The other major cities in Canada are also knocking on the door for funding from other levels of government, but they seem to have a better concept that the money still has to come from somewhere to maintain essential services. The experiences of Toronto and Gatineau show us that raising taxes and acknowledging our own failure can open the doors to higher levels of provincial and federal funding. Nobody wants a massive tax increase, but if we had kept up with the pace of inflation over the years, we would have approximately another $1.5 billion in our budget if we had followed a similar trajectory. The bottom line right now is that growth isn't paying for growth. And with property taxes this low, we're not paying to maintain the infrastructure we already have. And that is incredibly frustrating for people. So I am not disputing the fact that property taxes are an awkward and often unfair source of funding for cities. I agree we need a better fiscal framework for cities, but it's what we have. And at the end of the day, a few extra dollars per month, the equivalent of paying for a sandwich and a coffee on a property tax bill, is a lot lower than what residents have to pay if they have to go to private operators for recreational services, if they have to take Ubers or buy a car or use e-scooters instead of taking the bus. So this is what I'm deeply concerned about. And I'll get to this when we speak to Councillor Leeper's motion about restoring the frequency of the LRT. But I also want to state it very clearly. Should the federal and provincial government not come to our rescue, I do not want to see this put on the backs of riders with a massive fare increase. You know, I understand that the 75% number was something that was used for dramatic effect. We're not seriously contemplating a 75% fare increase, but transit is a core public service. It needs to be funded by all of us, just like we all pay for roads in wards that we may not use. We pay for car infrastructure collectively. We do not have tolls on roads. We do have fares for transit, and as it is, because our services have become stripped to the bone, what we're hearing is the people who are still using that service are people who are least able to pay more. It becomes a tax on the poor. And so taxes are fundamentally redistributive. They are painful when we have to raise them, but I believe that as politicians, it's our job to be responsible stewards of our city, of our infrastructure, and also to allow us to dream bigger of a city that does better for people instead of just the status quo, which I'm hearing is unacceptable. So in the past, I have voted against budget direction and come around and voted for budget in the end because I've been satisfied with some of the investments, specifically for Centertown and for Somerset Ward. But this is going to be a wait and see for me. I'm still deeply uncomfortable with the way that we do this process. I think we can do it better. And I don't think we always have to do it the same way. But I look forward to seeing the proposal and the ongoing negotiations with other levels of government to see what number we actually end up with in December when we actually vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much. So first off, I'll just ask, as I do, I think every budget process, either to Mr. Huxley or to Ms. Salter McDonald, are we agreeing to a tax cap today if budget directions passes?
Mr. Mayor, no. Council has the authority when it's considers the budget to pass any amendments to the budget that has been tabled.
Thank you very much. That's very clear. As computers media, that is very clear. On December whatever is our day that we vote on the budget. I want everyone to remember that we are not agreeing to a tax cap today. The tax increase will be up to council at the end of this process, not today. That said, I also want to express my opposition to setting an arbitrary tax cap, target of 2.9%. Those of us who have been around for a long time around this table as elected officials know how creaky things are feeling, whether it's the enforcement of bylaws like dogs off leash, property standards, enforcement against Airbnbs that are illegal, whether it's enforcement of cars that are in bike lanes, whether it's mowing, whether it's street cleaning, certainly whether it is responding to the opioid crisis on our street with resources. We feel the strain. I know that staff are being pushed to their limit within the status quo approach that we've been adopting, and I am not certain that a 2.9% increase, status quo, is going to help us to address those. The city becomes less manageable every day that we refuse to contemplate the tax increases that we need in order to provide services. You've heard me say before, with respect to some of the housing discussions that are in the air, we hear from the builders, reduce our development charges, build infrastructure from tax dollars. And those of you who are on planning committee have heard me say the very notion terrifies me, because city councils are not good at making responsible decisions about spending infrastructure dollars. We are paying for generations of urban sprawl that have made this city significantly more expensive than it is. And we are not putting the tax dollars aside to pay for the infrastructure renewal that we need. More and more of every tax dollar is going into things like infrastructure renewal, and it's leaving less money to deliver the services that we need. We're paying for generations of mistakes. This is not a short-term problem. But when city councils, not just us, but right across the continent, make politically popular decisions about having very low tax increases, rest assured the rainy day against which we haven't saved is going to come. We need to have realistic tax increases. And for those of us who are feeling the strain of a very low tax increase for years now, in terms of the creakiness of our services, in terms of how hard staff are having to work in order to meet the expectations of councillors and of residents, it is insane to go down the same path again and again and again and again. Councillors, at the very least, we should be setting a tax target that is significantly higher. Most importantly, we should be asking what are the variables that went into setting this 2.9% tax target. I don't know. I don't know how much money the planning department said it needs. I don't know how much money Bylaws said it needs. I don't know how much money Parks and Recreation said it needs in their meetings with the mayor. I don't know if we're getting a tax target that reflects the asks on the part of our hardworking staff. But what I do know is that the 2.5% that we're told is going to be sufficient for several years now to meet the needs of residents has not been enough, despite staff telling us that it is when the tax target discussion comes to the table. This year, let's find out. How much should staff tell the mayor they need in order to provide services? I hope that those are some good discussions that we'll have over the course of the budget consultation. Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. We're learning this morning that the federal government has offered some funding to the municipality. And in the context of a budget discussion and our request to get more federal funds. And we're learning that for the first time, councillors around this table, including local councillors who have jurisdiction over that street, haven't had those discussions about Wellington, and that negotiations have not gone anywhere with the federal government, but there has been an offer. So why have negotiations broken down with the federal government? What's going on with Wellington Street? Have you received an offer? No information has been communicated to council about these issues.
I mean, I can answer that. There's been no formal written offer received from the federal government for Wellington Street. As I talked about previously, the discussions with the federal government on Wellington Street go back to April of 2023, more than a year ago. As I, disclosed at that time, the federal government approached us and talked about their interest in Wellington Street. They wrote us a letter talking about starting a process. We responded to that letter, and then there was a cabinet shuffle, and then very little happened after that. So there's been no written formal offer from the federal government to the City of Ottawa for Wellington Street.
Why are we getting reports that
I'll just point out too, sorry, that, well, I don't know, I can't speak to other reports, but we're talking about the budget direction at the moment, right?
Yeah, I guess this is federal funding that we're asking for the budget that would help us in that way. That's sort of where I'm basing these comments, though I understand it's a little off topic, Mayor. I think our desire is to continue those negotiations and discussions and to make sure that staff are being open with council about what letter has been sent to us. What information has been provided to staff about Wellington Street? Obviously, there's a lot of, so can I guess the last question I just have is, can staff please share what has been offered to council through a letter to start negotiations, or informally offered as a deal for council? I'd ask staff to share that with us.
Pardon? Yeah, I think this is a subject for Transportation Committee, which is next week. This does not pertain to the budget direction.
Okay, I have a clear ask into staff to request that information, and I trust staff will provide that. We haven't got the information I requested about transit ridership for line 2. I hope, after being promised that we would, I hope that we can have this type of information. Mayor, on budget directions, I'm very concerned about the direction that this takes, not just transit, but right across the city. To be more accurate, we keep going in the same direction we've been going for the past 10 to 15 years. We used to have an award-winning transit service. Our transit service used to be the envy of cities across North America. Back in 2011, we had 103.5 million rides on OC Transpo. That was our peak, our high watermark, and it came just a few years after a strike that disillusioned many would-be transit riders. Those years, we worked hard to rebuild transit, and it showed in 2011. And then we started cutting, and we started hiking fares. Within 2 years, ridership dropped below 100 million trips. In 2017, it hit a low of 95.4 million trips. That's an 8% drop in 6 years when the city's population grew by 14% during the same period. Even as ridership increased after 2017, it never came close to that 2011 level. And sadly, it doesn't seem like we've learned lessons from the dark period of city transit planning during that time. We're still cutting routes. The New Ways to Bus campaign, there's still cuts that are associated with that in many wards that people are finding out about. And now with these budget directions, there's rumblings of a 75% fare hike, service reductions. If we want people to take the bus, and we should, because we know that congestion costs all of us, small businesses, students, the working poor, people having to stay in traffic longer. FCM's done lots of studies about this. If we want people to take the bus, we need to reinvest in transit. And we can't just simply wait for the feds or province to step up. We need to ask them for our fair share, but we need to do our part too. We need to convince people, to induce them to take the bus, the train. And so I just urge council to consider that the way the directions are set up right now, we're saying 75% isn't realistic. Well, guess what? It's in there. We're saying service reductions might not be realistic, but it's in there. We're saying that $0 to $120 million, of cuts don't really make sense, but guess what? It's in there. So I can't support something that I don't support. I don't support those things. I could support a plan that has some modest shuffling, but not what's in front of us today. And so I hope that there is a motion today to remove some of those egregious things that have been put into budget directions, because we can't abandon residents once again on our transit system. There are a lot of promises made around this table, Mayor, during the election to fix the transit system. I heard that over and over again. We're going to fix transit in Ottawa. Well, so far, those promises aren't coming to pass. We're going the opposite direction. So that's why I can't support the budget directions around, particularly around transit today. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Plante.
Oui, merci beaucoup. On my walk last night for my mental health, I ran into a resident whose rent for a bachelor apartment was $15,000 a month, and the landlord had just given her notice they were increasing it to $1,800 a month. So, and this is a small place. I've actually been there. So I was just wondering if, Cyril, if you could just talk about how property tax increases affect renters specifically. I have a lot of renters in my ward, and I was just wondering if you could elaborate a bit on how property and taxes affected them specifically.
Mr. Mayor, I'll call Joseph to answer that question. I'll give you a very detailed answer in terms of some of the programs that we have in terms of what the allowable increases will be from a tax increase perspective.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Would you mind repeating that question?
So it was specifically, how do tax increases affect renters specifically?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. There is legislation where if taxes decrease by a certain percentage, there is an automatic rent reduction that a landlord should provide to their tenants. We normally see tax reductions normally during reassessment years. If there is a tax increase beyond a certain threshold, that is governed through the landlord-tenant board and the direction that they provide. And I believe it has to be at least over 1.5% of the guideline that is provided by the landlord-tenant board for the rent increase. In 2025, it's estimated to be about 2.5% in terms of the increase. So we anticipate that any increases beyond that guideline would have to be triggered if they exceeded that 1.5 times the guideline set amount.
Yeah, because I think there's this There's this idea that renters aren't affected by property tax increases. I hear that sometimes when I'm out in the community, but I guess what you're saying is you're confirming that a property tax increase, regardless of the percentage, will trickle down to renters.
So again, just to be clear, there is guideline that is provided by the Landlord Tenant Board, and landlords are welcome to, if should they choose to increase their rents up to the guideline amount. If they wanted to go over and above that guideline amount, there is a specific process they have to follow through application to the Landlord Tenant Board. So we can't say for a fact that an increase in taxes that is below that threshold will automatically mean a rent increase or not. I think it all really depends on the landlord and what they can or can't absorb.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci, Conseiller Plante. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last year, the police presented to council the OPS's staff stabilization plan that would hire 555 sworn officers and civilians over the next 3 years. The strategy called for a police tax rate increase of 5.6%, or the equivalent of $19.6 million. You presented to council and the Police Services Board with a recommended 2.9 increase to the police levy. Why should this council take this direction as sufficient to address our serious shortage of policing in Ottawa?
Mr. Mayor, so this is what's before you is the recommendation for council to put that forward to the board, and then it's for the board to accept that recommendation. I'm working closely with the board as well, not the board, but the police service in terms of working through this in terms of their pressures, but ultimately it will be the police services board decision to accept this direction that's before you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good morning, everyone. So I'm going to focus my comments for the moment on the citywide budget direction rather than the transit budget direction. After more than a decade of minimal increases to the city budget, here we are looking at another increase that, in the opinion of many, will not meet the rising needs of our city. So we all know about the power of compounding interest. Invest a little now and a little every year, and over time, that small investment grows significantly. What we are experiencing right now in Ottawa is the exact opposite of that. We are experiencing the dangerous phenomenon of compounding decline. By sticking to tax rate increases that are routinely lower than the provincial average and frequently lower than the rate of inflation, we have dug ourselves a deep hole of deferred costs. We can see it in the state of our roads and in the state of our transit. We see it with our sidewalks and our recreation centers. Look around the city and you will see the signs of that compounding decline. Many of the conversations that I have with residents of Ward 9 involve requests that I believe are perfectly reasonable. Can you fix this broken street light? Can we get a garbage can installed in a park? Are you ever going to repair that sidewalk? The answer is one that I'm sure my colleagues are all familiar with. We'll get to it as soon as we can, but our resources are limited. And then that resident calls back in a month or two and asks for an update, and the answer is quite often the same. As one of my colleagues pointed out in Monday's committee meeting, it's not altogether true to say that we are not cutting services. When the growing demand for a service exceeds the small increase that we provide, what you will see is an erosion of that service. And so the only real question is how much revenue is needed to properly maintain our city, and what tax rate will get us to where we need to be. Well, I think that it certainly needs to be higher than 2.9%, and so do many of my residents. For at least a decade now, Ottawa has fallen behind the curve. Many other municipalities have come to this realization. They have bitten the bullet. They have raised taxes to a more sustainable level. And when you add up Ottawa's minimal tax increases over the last decade, Ottawa is now 30% below the average property tax increase of most major Canadian cities over that time. We often hear people say that Ottawa is overtaxed. As an example, they compare the higher taxes on $1 million home in Ottawa versus the lower taxes on $1 million home in Toronto. That is not a relevant comparison. $1 million buys you a lot more in Ottawa than it does in Toronto, and so of course the taxes are higher. The only figure that matters, and it's a figure that cities build their budgets around, is how much tax is paid by the average priced home in that city. And if you look at the taxes on an average priced home in Ottawa versus the taxes on an average priced home in just about every other major municipality in Ontario, Ottawa is at the bottom with the lowest taxes on that average home. That is a recipe for the erosion of service. That is a recipe for compounding decline. Yes, we need to be responsible for the dollars we have. And yes, that responsibility demands that we be efficient and that we get proper value for money. And yes, I believe that we can improve our record on both of those fronts. But we are responsible for the stewardship of our city, which includes ensuring that we can adequately maintain it. Our desire to keep taxes as low as possible is pushing that responsibility and that burden further down the road to the next term, to the next group of councillors, to the next generation of residents. It is time for us to recognize the poor choices that we have made and begin to correct that. It is time for us to see compounding investment. Yes, we need a fair deal for Ottawa to get a better treatment from the upper levels of government, but a fair deal for Ottawa also means that our residents get better treatment from us. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think what's clear so far is that everyone on this council cares about residents and wants residents to try and have the best place to live that they can, and people just see us getting there in different ways. One of the things I always go back to is that we keep talking 2.9, but everybody seems to forget the 1.5 growth number. Like it's 4.4. So 4.4 is a better number for sure when we talk about are we keeping up with inflation. And on that point, I think that point has been made by many people, are we keeping up with inflation? But the reality is keeping up with inflation doesn't mean you also ignore efficiencies and possibilities of being more creative and how do you do things in a more innovative way that saves money, right? And I think, you can't, I think some people run their own personal finances like you just have to keep having more money. But other people look at their finances and say, this is our budget, but where can we save money? And that's what we're doing. Certainly, I keep going back to the group with Councillor Carr and myself and the mayor. That's what we're constantly doing, and you save money and you think, therefore, that helps us be able to set a lower tax rate. So I just say, I don't think anybody's being disrespectful, but I think staff and our group, but mostly staff, deserve a lot of respect for finding those efficiencies so that we can keep taxes lower. It's not about just finding cuts. It's about seeing how can we do things smarter, better. The other thing I think people who have to set budgets have to do is look at where we are spending money where we shouldn't be. And that's, I think, what the mayor's doing. He's saying, where are some of our costs really more appropriately placed at the feet of the province and the federal government? And I think that is fundamentally what our challenge is here. And I think the city and most residents seem to be understanding that. And that's what you do when you budget, right? You look at what should we be paying for, what shouldn't we be paying for? And that's a part of what we're talking about here. The other point I would make is we need to always remember that this is a budget direction, right? So this is saying, okay, look at 4.4, what does that look like? Can you do it? And I think there's all, the word arbitrary keeps being used, in committee and here. And I think we also have to remember that none of us is mayor other than Mayor Sutcliffe. And when you're the mayor, you are in conversations with department heads asking them, what would that look like? If it were 2.5, 2.6, 7, 8, 9, what would it look like? And those conversations are happening, but it's just that as councillors, we're not there in those conversations, and we have to believe that they are happening. And I know they are, because when we have our other efficiencies conversations, we can tell those conversations are happening. So I think you have to have faith that this isn't just somebody pulling a number out of a hat. It was thought through. And it will become clear, I think, as staff go away with 2.9 or 4.4 really, and let us know what that looks like. I also think a lot can happen between now and when budget actually passes. Like budget doesn't pass till December 11th, right? So a lot can happen in the meantime where we'll get more information. And I think this is a direction. I'm going to support it, and we'll see what that looks like. I will just make one other point, just in terms of what was just talked about other cities. I understood that the chart that shows how much a house costs in, say, Toronto versus here, the taxes for Toronto proportionally are a lot lower. So I don't know if that can be clarified. I will ask that question, but my understanding was Ottawa's taxpayer pays a lot more on say $1 million home than someone in Toronto with $1 million home. Is that not the case?
Mr. Mayor, there's different sources of metrics out there. And the one that I always like to refer to is the BMA study. We actually have some of that data posted on ottawa.ca. And what that one does, it shows what I would say more as of an apple to an apple. And like Councillor Devine talked about, $1 million home in Toronto is quite different than $1 million home in Ottawa. So if you take the same home in Ottawa, what you get for $1 million, that's a much bigger home than what you would get in Toronto. So from that perspective, our taxes are significantly lower than that, and on that comparison. So that's what you really need to look at, and look at it from a asset base. So your $1 million asset, which is your most prized asset as a resident, is much more valuable, much more, you have a bigger asset in Ottawa than you would that $1 million asset in Toronto.
Okay, all interesting information. And I would just say too, the argument that Councillor Plant made for the impact on rental housing is very important. And I think, you know, hopefully we will talk about that again, because there are these impacts that we don't totally realize happen when you increase property taxes very high. So anyway, I'm happy to support 2.9, which is really 4.4. And we'll see what that looks like. And we have a lot of time to look at all of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think it'll be a surprise what I say. I've continually expressed my concerns since being elected about the regressive nature of property taxes and the impact they have on our most disadvantaged residents. And that's why, as Councillor Curry mentioned, I've been pleased to be part of the service review working group with her and the mayor. Through this process, the city's own commitment to improvements. So far in the last 2 years, budget years, there's been 153.5 million in savings achieved. That represents tax avoidance of 7.5%. And in budget 2025, you will all get to see more of these savings and efficiencies. We've been working for over a year on these to avoid a big increase in property taxes and to have more funds available for those projects that we all want. It's certainly been a privilege to serve on that working group and have the opportunity to identify and listen to all the proposals on additional streams of revenue, transformational initiatives that result in better service and create savings. I think we owe this kind of a process to our taxpayers. We also owe them a city council that considers the impact of our decisions on our most vulnerable residents. The regressive nature of property tax is not an opinion, it's a fact. They are not applied in relation to income, whereas income taxes are progressive taxes that reduce income inequality. The regressive nature means that lower income homeowners pay a larger proportion of their income for property taxes. Tax increases therefore hurt, for example, those homeowners who are seniors on fixed pensions, those who have fallen into disability and now rely on an ODSP, those whose financial status has changed because of a change in family status. And of course, as my colleagues have mentioned, property taxes increases hurt our renters, because that big increase in property taxes is one of only 3 reasons that a landlord can apply to the LTB for an above guideline rent increase. Specifically, if the landlord's costs for municipal taxes and charges have increased by an extraordinary amount. So what that means for us is municipal tax rates would have to increase here by 4.2% or more. And what is proposed here with the combination of the 2.9 and the transit levy does take us over that. But I'm going to have faith that the mayor will be successful in his negotiations and that the work that will be done over the next few months will reduce that so we stay within those parameters. And I just want to address those of you around the table that have suggested in previous meetings of tax increases in the 9.10% range, suggesting that this is something we want to contemplate. I don't want to live in a city like Toronto or Vancouver that is unaffordable even to the middle class, where tax increases will result in already vulnerable individuals losing their homes to receiverships and thousands of renters being served AGI notices, rendering some directly into homelessness. These are our most vulnerable, our students, our low-income earners. While I struggle to comprehend how anyone could support and champion these sort of increases, I will say that perhaps I have an advantage in seeing the impacts of our housing crisis and unaffordable housing, having been home to the ward that had the biggest eviction in Canadian history just few years ago. I've also had the privilege of being able to speak to people that have been living in my community centers over the last few years and learning some of the experiences that they've had in just a slight rent increase, rendering them homelessness. And so while I understand that many of you around the table haven't had to witness those impacts of the housing and affordability crisis and have a list of projects you want to see funded, I agree with our respect to our infrastructure. My ward is an infrastructure nightmare, but I don't think that I could ever put my political wish list over and above the needs of our most vulnerable. And I've heard many of you say that, you know, your residents are willing to pay more, and I think that's great. And I'm happy because Mr. Rogers has promised me that he is going to look at an initiative that they have in City of Toronto where you can donate to provide for different projects. It's a great thing, and I suggested under the program and service review. So I'm glad there will be an opportunity for all these residents who are pushing for greater taxes to have an ability to contribute. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor, and good morning to you. I have voted in favor of past budgets in large part on the advice, guidance, and professional expertise of our senior staff of the front bench. There have been ongoing discussions and questions about the feasibility of realizing the long list of outstanding concerns that members of the public continue to bring to all of our attention. So Madam City Manager, I want to start off with a question for you. You're the former city treasurer and now you lead this organization. You've met with my colleagues, you've met with me, you've heard about long list of deficiencies, you're aware of the infrastructure backlog, you're aware of the public concerns about projects, how long it takes to address many, many projects, crumbling sidewalks in my ward, residential streets that look like jigsaw puzzles. I'm told 7 years before streets can be addressed, lack of library services and programming in my ward, lack of police presence, park amenity renewal that takes literally a decade. We need wading pool beach supervision as the summer season is extended. Tennis courts that look like jigsaw puzzles, the list goes on and on. So Madam City Manager, the proposed property tax levy is 2.9%. Are you confident this amount is sufficient to address the needs that members of council have brought to your attention?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the question. We will take council's direction in terms of what that tax increase looks like. And I can tell you that, you know, based on the tax increase, and I'm going to say the actual capacity in the community and within those that we work with to deliver some of those services, there's also a max on that as well. So as much as we have a long list of things that we want to do, when we look to our partners in the community and those that we do business with, they can't do all of the capacity as well. So we do have to do some prioritization there. And that's the way, you know, it's been like that for a long time. So we're happy to work within what council approves to be able to deliver on those priorities, and we will align those priorities to our term of council strategic plan.
I don't think capacity, though, is the main reason why we can't get projects done in the city. I think it always comes down to funding. So if we can't get this long list addressed at a tax rate of 2.5%, which is what it's been, and the proposal is to go to 2.9, the delta being 0.4%, I don't know how that's sufficient funds for your team to implement the needs that exist. And what I've said over and over again is I'm not looking for pyramids with my name on them in River Ward to be built. My residents beg me to get existing amenities repaired and renewed. And I shouldn't have to fight that fight as frequently as I do to get a sidewalk that people have injured themselves on because it's in such a poor state of repair or condition to be repaired. And that's very frustrating for me when there are basic things that we should just be repairing as just a course of habit that can't, because we don't have sufficient funds. And at the end of the day, I can only quote unquote blame staff so much because we ultimately decide how much resources and funding to provide, they implement and prioritize. So that's a significant concern for myself because I believe that direction is insufficient in this regard. Councillor Hill, I'll just piggyback on a question you asked about the police. Same type of thing. Here continuously, basically everyone below the chief says we're drowning, we have insufficient funding, we can't implement, hiring freezes killed us, take a decade to recover. We just, my NRTs aren't even in my community half of the time, continuously redeployed for other top priorities. That's a conversation we're going to have to explore further over the next 100 days. Recently, I asked about an update on our discussions with the provincial and federal governments about headway on the PILTs and on the transit. Our self-proclaimed champion, MP Jenna Suds, any update from her on PILT and transit on this matter? Mayor or city manager, any overtures from those levels of government, specifically on PILT or transit?
As I've said, I've continued to have conversations with both levels of government over the last few days and weeks, and those discussions are continuing, but as soon as there's something new to report, I'll be sharing that with everybody.
Has the word PILT or transit come out of MP Suds' mouth? Has she acknowledged that this is a significant impact on our budget and she is championing on our behalf? She's the self-proclaimed Ottawa lead within the federal government. Is she making any headway on PILT or transit?
I can't speak for members of parliament or federal cabinet ministers. I can only tell you that I've been continuing to have conversations with both levels of government.
Thank you. The last mention I'll mention is about my significant discomfort with 2B and the motion before us, particularly section V, which is specifically calling on additional service reductions for consideration when staff put together this budget. I'd like to propose a motion seconded by Councillor Devine that in part V, after the words operating efficiencies, everything else be deleted.
Okay, are you finished then?
That's the motion that's on the floor, Mayor. Yep.
Okay. Well, so that motion's on the floor. That can be discussed as we continue to discussion on the main item. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that we're talking to other levels of government. I think that's absolutely crucial. As a city, we can't handle everything through property taxes. Property taxes are very limited. We need a fair system. And my question is, our asks, are we asking for fixing what's the problem now, or are we looking for permanent solutions, i.e. an alternative to the property tax system, which would be more equitable?
Mr. Mayor, what you have before you is directions for this budget in terms of even with the provincial and federal funding requests, that's to help us get to a sustainable funding model over the next 3 to 4 years from a transit perspective.
Okay, so this is for now.
Again, and even with as part of the working group with the transit working group, there's a lot of levers in there where we're exploring parking levy changes to the system that we can leverage. In some cases, there would be legislation changes. There could be changes from a municipal act perspective that we don't have the authority today, but these are things that are all part of the details that the working group is working through and which is part of this directions.
Yeah, I realize that, but I just want to make sure those conversations are happening, that we're looking at permanent solutions, and because otherwise we'll just always be playing catch up. My other question is our priorities that we have set as a council, and that is housing and homelessness. Are we still promoting our goal to eradicate homelessness as our top goal?
Mr. Mayor, yes, the budget will be as per the last two budgets and some of the additional enhancements we've done in the budget process in 23 and 24 What you'll see in 2025 budget again is a continuation of those enhancements, and you'll see direct lineage in terms of the budget to determine council priorities, all aspects of the priorities, with housing being one of them.
Thank you. And climate change. Is this budget going to have a focus on climate change to make that our priority as well?
Mr. Mayor, that is correct. In the directions we speak to the linkage to climate change, and that will continue to, as you saw in the 2023 budget, 2024 budget, we were one of the first municipalities where we really integrated the climate change lens within the budget documents. That will continue.
Okay. Well, I hope to see the results of that, because right now I'm not seeing the fixes that we could use to help us along on that, and that is including making transit as accessible as possible. I share the concern about how the operating budget is pushing us to being a skeleton budget, and that's taking a toll on assets, very similar to what Councillor Brockington has said. The ability to maintain our assets with no funds tucked away to replace our assets. And I've got an example of Belltown Dome, where it's like, oh, well, sorry, it's 40 years and it's time's up. We don't have plans. We don't have the finances tucked away. It's a guessing game of what's going to happen next. And I realize we're going to be consulting on that, but it concerns me that we're no guarantee the funds will be there for the next steps. And this is assets that we need in inner urban neighborhoods. This is also a concern is the constant delays on major projects all over the city, most of which are related to safety, such as improving intersections, putting in cycle lanes, putting in sidewalks. These are all things that were related to safety. We wouldn't be asking for them. That's why the residents ask for them. And these are areas where we're seeing more development because we're intensifying. And in Bay Ward, we're seeing the stage 2 LRT, and that's bringing massive change. But we need the facilities to go with it. We have 2 field houses that should be converted into community houses, but we have to rely on the goodwill of development charges, and that has not been guaranteed to us. Yesterday, we held an older adult forum by the City of Ottawa in Bay Ward, and we heard from residents. And I don't think any of them said that you should cut things, that they talked about their reliance on transit because they can't drive anymore. They talked about having to wait for buses. They talked about services that they'd like to see to make their lives better, about living in 15-minute neighborhoods, and the importance of the investments of our facilities. They don't want to lose them. So I remain concerned about our belt tightening that often is directed at the most vulnerable populations, not just seniors, but those on low income. So I think that's something we have to look at, and I remain concerned about our cap that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So I was here at the meeting on Monday, and so it'll come as no surprise that I am voting against the budget directions. I have sort of 2 reasons to do so. So the first is what's already been said. Certainly, we are leaving a further and further wake of improvements not yet addressed by our short-sightedness with how we look at our taxation. But I think we're also missing the mark when it comes to our ambitions of being a world-class city. We are falling farther behind. I know as a politician, I don't like to feel embarrassed, but sometimes around this table, I end up feeling embarrassed with the kinds of levers that we play with. 2.9 is a promise to fail our residents further. When I go out into communities and I hear their concerns and I end up saying similar things about how we won't be able to fix their problems, I feel like I'm denying them the truth of their experience. I'm telling them that their truth is not true, that in fact things are getting better, things are getting fine, and we do have a plan in place. And nobody likes to feel like that. I think we're telling our kids that they don't deserve to have the same level of service that I had or that my grandparents had. And when I hear that we have to be thoughtful about, constraining our taxation because residents are already paying too much for gas and for groceries and on their mortgages, I have to wonder, why is it that our public services are so far down the priority list for residents? Is that actually true? Are residents looking for their public good to be constrained at a time where they are struggling in other aspects of their life? I don't think so. I think that the City of Ottawa's priorities are our residents' shared priorities. This is when people actually need further public support, and we need to be communicating to our residents what it's like to take care of each other. Otherwise, we're telling them to go elsewhere. We can't afford to give you the things that you need, and you can't afford to support each other in the vision of the city that you want. Let me give you an example. And I gave a lot of examples in the last one, but I'll give a new one this one. So another opportunity that's in College Ward is the Matawake Farm, which is our Indigenous Experience farm on Hunt Club Road. They attract 30,000 residents a weekend for their solstice festivals, and they're also in the process of securing some national grants to become, the first in the country when it comes to looking at water systems and naturalized systems. They're both going to become a teaching place, but also a healing place for Indigenous people. But Hunt Club Road is completely inhospitable to 30,000 people in a weekend, never mind a constant stream of national tourism. The City of Ottawa doesn't have the space in its current budget, not only for the gap that we're leaving behind, but for the aspirations of the kinds of partnerships and legacies that we want to have in the future. I believe that I got into this job because I wanted to have a vision for our city, and we continue to tell a story at this table around budget directions that doesn't allow for the city's ambition or potential. I represent a college of students, of people that are coming from all over the world to be a part of this city, that can't move around. They can't go work in their part-time jobs. They don't use peak service. And further to the councillor on my right, we are going to be experiencing a silver tsunami. I don't think we are considering the generational change that is upon us right now. Those veteran generations are going to have very different expectations of how their city needs to work for them, and they're boomers and they know how to articulate it and they know how to knock on our doors. They're going to want to be able to move around their city, they're going to want services, and they're going to expect them from this city. And if we want to keep them and we want to protect them and their quality of life, we need to rise to the occasion of this tsunami. These budgets don't allow for any new good ideas, nor to address the change that is inevitable. We see change every day. We need to be flexible and responsive and nimble. And all we do is say, you know what, we need to tighten our belts because bread's expensive. I apologize, but this is not the vision I signed up for, and I won't be supporting these directions.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think we're having a good dialogue. It is very rinse and repeat, though. I was speaking to another colleague this morning. It's literally the same thing every budget cycle. It turns into a bit of a Festivus poll, and we all get to hear our grievances. But at the end of the day, as pointed out by Councillor Leeper, this is just the target that we're setting. Any of you that have worked in private industry or non-for-profits, you know how tight the budgets are. And you have to set some targets to be able to achieve anything. The one thing I haven't heard is anyone say another number. And that's been perplexing during this discussion. It should be, we need, let's set a target of 5% for Parks and Rec because we feel we want more there, and 2.9 in this area. Well, you can see what will happen if you leave it like the Wild West. It's just simply not going to happen. A lot of these pressures are born on the fact that we're getting downloaded on. Our core service model is evaporating quickly, and I've never heard so much discussion. I was at FCM yesterday for an executive meeting, and this morning at 8 a.m., and there'll be further discussions during the week. We definitely need new tools for a 21st century because the downloads are real, and we're waiting for the federal government to respond. So we have a lot of unknowns So all we can do is work with what we have in front of us right now. And that's, you have to have some kind of restraint of some sort. I guess some of the questions I would have are related to when we get down to the real budget. Right now, again, this reads like a cheap drugstore novel. I can write down exactly how everyone's going to vote now. We all know it. Doesn't matter. The real work will happen when we get back here to the table. Is it still the same rules? You have to find something. Does it have to be in the same category, or can we talk about levels of standards, for example, to modify them? I feel very strong about sidewalks and sidewalk clearing, streets. Like how in the minutiae are we going to get based on core service delivery? Sorry, the old way of core service delivery before immigration, before all the things that are pressuring us now, versus some of the things that we've taken on that frankly should be federal or provincial. Are we gonna have that opportunity to figure out how much funding we could apply to each?
Mr. Mayor, during the budget, we don't do policy decisions in terms of what council has set from a service standard perspective. I always like to use winter operations because sometimes it's painful, but sometimes it's easy to relate to, because one of the biggest variables that we don't and cannot control is Mother Nature and the weather. So we always look at our trend lines from a 3 and 5 year perspective, work closely with land use teams, look at the inflationary pressures to kind of true that up, and then whatever risk there may be with that, we kind of manage that in year. Much like you saw it on Monday at FinCorp, we're forecasting a small surplus for the tax supported assets with discretionary spending freezes and the hiring pauses. So we're really diligent in terms of that. As we work through the detailed process with all the GMs, first stop is core services. That's a non-showstopper in terms of when we build the budget. And the other thing I would like to highlight as well is that the tax levy is one element of the full budget equation. The tax levy, the property tax levy, will bring in about $93 million. We also have our user fees. The rate structure is increasing at a different level. We also have the service efficiencies that help, remove costs that reinvest into priorities. On Monday, you've seen before you went FinCorp, for those that are in the committee, we brought forward our next iteration of our move to prudent investor. That will generate more investment come. So these are all things that staff are doing to help generate more money coming into the system above and beyond the property tax levy. This is just one component to help us build that framework that you'll see in the full details on tabling and ultimately for approval, as Councillor Leeper stated, in December.
Yeah, and you mentioned something, and I hate to ask this. So you say you focus on core services first. Was that set by council, or are we assuming we know what the core services are? I think it's important to know before we make those decisions what is defined as core service, because a lot of people have different opinions about what that is. And I think it would be good to know, especially because I did ask, can we have options of what the budget could look like? One that is more roads friendly, one that's more environmentally friendly, one that's more both. Maybe we want to raise taxes a lot more, like what I'm hearing from some individuals. Having those options, it really relates to what the core service mandate is. So, Cyril, if I could ask you to respond.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, and again, there's a long list of reports, like all of our long-range financial plans. Those are guiding documents. We have 5 or 6 long-range financial plans. We have our fiscal framework. We have our reserve management policy. All those guide that process, and all those do tie back to the service standards in some shape or form. Much like I pick on winter operations, but even with Pierre and paramedics, we look at, Pierre comes forward every year with an annual report in terms of where he's hitting his targets and the level zeros. We've been working very closely with Pierre in the past couple of years to kind of strategize and how we can kind of address that and help close that gap. In some cases, the gap is created through the hospital offloads. So again, a strain that's pushed to our budget that's somewhat not poor issue that we can manage. So we're always trying to make sure we focus on those core services that we deliver, and that's what you'll get in front of you. And of course, determine council priorities. I failed to mention that one. That's another leading document that helps guide the budget build.
Great. And again, just to reiterate, so core services being roads, snow plowing, police and fire, road resurfacing, garbage. Am I missing anything out of there that you would look at as that first level tranche for core service?
Recreational, some of the recreational programs
Okay,
obviously
recreational.
that we provide. And of course, when you go into our long-range financial plans, the housing long-range financial plan is a core document that council's endorsed in terms of investments. So that would have to be come into the picture as well from what council's endorsed. So there's a core service. When you talk about core service, it's very broad because it's also what's, provincially mandated, federally mandated, and then council directed. So these are all the things that we use in terms of factoring in where that, allocation goes, and then we fund that.
Okay, and between now and the budget, we can chat. I think it's of interest to council to know what the definition of the core service is. And again, I just want to thank you for your work on this. I think it's critical to put some kind of parameters. If you don't put parameters, what are you really saying? And at the same time, I don't see anyone campaigning door to door saying, well, I want to raise taxes. As a matter of fact, it always happens here, never shows up in a brochure. And I think we have bigger fish to fry with, want to be progressive and change our garbage schedule over the next couple of weeks and working on the public and education. So I'm going to invest time in that. This is just a target. The real fight will take place later on. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Mayor. Whenever we're talking about comparing Ottawa with a lot of other cities' tax rates, something that I always see in other cities is a huge corporate tax base, something that Ottawa doesn't have. And that's why I think like the argument that the mayor's been making about the PILT has been so important, because the federal government is a large part of our downtown, whether we like it or not. In terms of the remainder of budget direction, I am inclined to support it, and I think I will support it because there is room. I think there is room for new ideas, better ideas within the budget, but it's taken up by things that we don't need to do, things that cities shouldn't do, and things that our city does do, whether involuntarily or not. And there are even some things in there that government just shouldn't do, period. There's been a lot of discussion and suggestion to do this instead, do that instead, but I haven't seen anything no one's brought forward a suggestion for a number, an alternate number for a property tax increase. There's been no real suggestion for a different way to do the budget, even. And yes, I think we're absolutely stretching our staffing and resources, especially on the front line when we're maintaining our parks, emptying our garbage cans at parks, or even making road repairs or doing roadside grass maintenance in new communities. But I think, a lot of that is taken up by things we don't need to do and we shouldn't do. Perhaps, I know that there is a big review going on. I know Councillors Curry and Carr and you, Mayor, are in the process of reviewing a lot of those things and finding efficiencies where we can. And I think that will contribute to a lot of the things that we're looking for in improving our core services. So, I don't normally, I don't usually pontificate, but there's also whenever we're thinking about the planning process, we're looking at, assessment growth is a huge part of our property tax increases. We often hear comments from developers that the planning process is, and this is not to diminish the work that goes on. We often hear comments that the process is long, it's unnecessarily difficult, and I think that slows down what assessment growth we can have. I don't think we're reaching our potential in assessment growth because of our planning process. Whether or not that's caused by staff, whether or not that's caused by legislation, rules, or an aversion to change is probably to be debated. But I think there's room for us to improve as a city still. But at the same time, we have to listen to our residents and understand that life is not easy, right? Life is not easy, and we can't just keep going back to them and leaning on them for more money to do things, especially things that we don't have to, because at some point that's going to break. It's worked for 125 years, but we're in a new reality. Things have changed, and I don't think that's going to work anymore. And we're going to have to do some sort of deep re-examination of that. I didn't make any notes, so I'm just ranting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Kitts?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can't speak to the conversations around the table before I arrived at it, but I came to council in 2020 in the middle of the pandemic, and many of us made a commitment to our residents to try and keep property tax increases low and predictable during a time of uncertainty, during a time of increasing inflation, during a time where people have really been struggling to pay their bills. And people are still struggling. After the mayor spoke publicly about budget directions, my open office hours was a steady stream of seniors on a pension that were deeply concerned about what a significant tax increase could mean for them. And we heard about what it could mean for renters. These are some of the more vulnerable groups in our communities. And last year, I guess this is the question, just to confirm, last year the 2.5 increase included the transit levy, correct?
No. Yeah.
Yes.
So this year, the direction is 2.9 without transit. We don't know what we're going to do with the transit levy. And then to Councillor Curry's point, with growth, we're at 4.4, plus the other levers that Cyril just listed. So I think 2.9 is a good place to start. And I'm pleased that we are a united front on the Fairness for Ottawa campaign. Fairness for Ottawa means not letting the provincial and federal governments off the hook for giving residents in Ottawa what residents in other cities receive. Councillor Turney said it, the downloads are real. If the city continually picks up the slack on health, on social services, on policing the parliamentary precinct, on the dollars for transit that other cities get, then those other levels are going to say, great, property taxpayers in Ottawa, you can fund yourselves, perfect. We'll go spend what you contribute to provincial and federal taxes on somewhere else, on someone else. And speaking as, the chair of public health, this is the approach we take. We fiercely advocate for the money we are owed, for the money we deserve from the provincial government. And I've heard the mayor say he's optimistic about the conversations he's having with those partners. Best case scenario, we get 120 million. And if we don't, then we have to have those difficult conversations because none of us want to increase transit fares. None of us want to cut service, but I'll reiterate my comments from Monday. Throwing it on the tax bill is not the easy answer. And it's certainly not the easy answer for residents who live in wards like mine, who by our own numbers have 4% of residents taking transit because we don't have efficient transit. We don't have libraries. We don't have outdoor pools or regular police presence. And rural residents who don't have sidewalks or don't have streetlights, and in some cases don't even have a paved road. So I actually really applaud this direction because it's asking to give us all the information. As councillors, we are always saying, give us more information, give us all the information. I think we've already heard it several times today. We're contemplating a direction that says, give us all the information so that we can make those tough decisions. So I'm puzzled why in this instance, we are saying we don't want more information. So I certainly will be supporting the direction this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Councillor Luloff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My colleagues have heard me speak in committee in my role as OPLB chair. Staff have continued to collaborate with city counterparts as they look forward to finding a workable strategy to ensure the success of our new central branch without a compromise to OPL services citywide. So my thanks to staff and to OPL staff for their commitment and hard work. Let's make sure that the promise of Adesoke is filled. We also have considerable asks in other areas of the city as we work through facilities master plan and the service delivery model. Many of my colleagues and members of the public have made extra effort to come to the board with requests for longer service hours, capital projects. And yes, Mr. Reid, I know you're listening, and I hope you're well this morning. I appreciate the focus on affordability in these discussions. People in the city are hurting. And while it's nice to see inflation slowing, this doesn't mean that prices are going down. It just means that they're not going up as fast, and affordability is still a major issue. So yes, having a target to aim for is responsible, but in the same breath, we need to be honest and realistic about ensuring that we're able to provide basic services, community safety, infrastructure renewal, transit reliability, specifically bus reliability, rural inequities, as Councillor Kitts has so eloquently spoken about, property maintenance, recreational services like swimming lessons. All of these areas have suffered most acutely since the lockdowns associated with the pandemic. And I appreciate the work that the mayor is doing to reverse the download from other levels of government. In the areas of social services, transit, public health, and others. We haven't seen the kind of progress on these files that we're seeing now, and so let's keep up that excellent work. We must also continue the work of focusing on our core competencies and making how we conduct our business more efficient, as my friend from Canada North has mentioned. When it comes to contracting and procurement, I think the city gets juiced with unnecessarily inflated prices. For example, it costs us $6,000 to install a park bench. That's outrageous, and nowhere near the actual cost of a pad and a bench. So keep at it, working group. There's loads of room for us to get more value for money. I support keeping our increase as low as possible for all the reasons my friend from Alta Vista has so eloquently stated. My ward needs investment in all the areas I mentioned a few moments ago, and so does everyone at this table. Let's make darn sure that we squeeze every penny out of every dollar that we get from taxpayers and other orders of government. Having to reinstall security bollards at City Hall because we didn't space them properly the first time, tearing up a brand new pathway near Alpine Street because we didn't coordinate with Stage 2 well enough, installing, uninstalling, and reinstalling electric chargers because we didn't do it right the first time is a giant waste of money. Those involved with making decisions under delegated authority that have led to wasteful expenditures should be reprimanded and replaced. The commitment to respecting public funds needs to be our top priority. We won't need larger increases in property taxes if we don't waste what we collect in the first place. So yes, let's aspire to 2.9 today, but also do the real hard work to make it a realistic number. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Councillor Brown?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and our few colleagues before me have done a great job describing some of the challenges that not only the ones that we face here around this table, but certainly that our residents do. When I'm listening to my colleagues talk about Ottawa having a lower tax rate than some municipalities or having a lower tax increase each year, I find it challenging. At Amalgamation, which is a pretty dirty word in my ward and certainly in rural Ottawa, the two townships that I represent had the lowest and the third lowest tax rates in the amalgamated, or before that, the regional municipality. And so it's getting very hard to go back to my taxpayers and describing for them why their taxes have gone up every year or almost every year since amalgamation, but service standards have declined. One of the challenges, and Councillor Kitts articulated it very well, we don't have the services that many in urban Ottawa do, and that's okay with us. We choose to live where we live because we want to live there. But at the same time, it shouldn't be our burden to fund many of the priorities of urban Ottawa. And Mr. Mayor, I think transit is probably the biggest anchor around the city's neck right now. I don't believe urban Ottawa's transit problem should be rural Ottawa's burden. And I understand that we need a transit service that helps those who need it, and there are some benefits, not all of them direct. But at the end of the day, if that is the biggest problem we face, then we should fix that problem. Mr. Mayor, I know when I speak to my residents, they don't want to pay more taxes because they don't see the value that the city is supposed to be delivering to them. I really struggle when I hear that the tax rate should be even higher. And going to the point that Councillor Luloff just made, we should be squeezing every penny out of every dollar that we already collect. There is a tremendous amount of waste, I believe, in this city, and I know our service review team has been doing great work finding efficiencies, but there is always more. Government always says they need more money, but we need to make sure that we're spending those tax dollars as wisely as possible. Cost of living is high. We don't need to make it any higher. So, Mr. Mayor, certainly I'll be supporting budget directions today, But my one question to city staff, I want to be assured that as we go through this budget process, that every opportunity for potential savings and efficiencies is on the table, despite how uncomfortable it might be or how challenging it might be to implement. Can staff confirm that everything is on the table?
Councillor, we will look at everything in terms of tabling the budget. I can speak to directly participating in the service review working group, and that there are things that are very immediate, there are things that are more medium term, and there are things that are more longer term. And so we're looking at everything that we can possibly do to either generate additional revenue or contain our expenses here at the city. So when you look at the tax rate that's before you, that we've incorporated that into it, so the tax rate is not higher.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Desroches.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't take long today. I share some of the views that I've heard around the table, and this is, I think, my 11th budget, and they are never easy in terms of making final decisions on priorities and working very hard to ensure that we have an affordable city for all residents of the City of Ottawa. And I asked the Treasurer to provide me with the average tax bill for the citizens of Ottawa. So it's about $5,106 for the average house. And we've heard very clearly from several of my colleagues that our system is based on a regressive tax system. So that means that the taxes are really insensitive to the income levels or the income adjustments of the person paying. It's not like the income tax system where you have a progressive system, or a consumption tax where there's much more fairness in terms of the people who make more pay more. So I think it's right that we are highly sensitive about the impact that the taxes have on the people paying. I know in our household, when it comes time to make those two payments, there's a discussion in terms of how we're going to make those payments. And it's not, again, not like the income tax where you don't see it because it just is deducted right off your tax bill. This is a tax payment that many people, I think, are struggling to pay and have to make sacrifices in order to do that. So again, I don't think it's wrong that we're sensitive to the ability of the residents to pay. When I campaign, Mr. Mayor, and when people have asked me about campaigning, I've always told them, when you go door to door, bring the tax bill, bring your tax bill with you, because you're going to hear a lot of questions and you're going to hear a lot of comments on taxes. And I've always brought it with me to show them that I certainly understand, and I walk in their footsteps in terms of what they're going through to pay for these taxes. And if your residents are like mine, you've heard from seniors are saying my income is fixed, my pension's fixed. There needs to be some sensitivity to my ability to pay. Or if you've talked to people who work in the private sector who don't benefit from the job security, don't benefit from the wage increases that you might see in the public sector, they're saying, please be sensitive. Or you're talking to business owners that are just getting back on their feet following the pandemic. And again, I've done my best to show that and articulate to them that we're going to do our best to make this an affordable city. And I do push back saying, no, I don't believe we can roll back the taxes. A zero increase is not something that we can do, but we can certainly hold the line on taxes. And as Councillor Tierney said, I'm sure many of us on the doorstep said the following things: hold the line on taxes, be efficient, make sure there's value for money, and make sure there's no waste. And I think we're doing all that, but I think, and I'm sure the message was, have an affordable tax system, have an affordable tax bill. And that day, the decision to make that decision is today, is to send this direction forward and have an open mind in terms of the programs and services that will continue once we see the budget going forward. Again, I commend you, Mayor, for the work that you're doing on advocacy. We again have limited tools with the City of Ottawa structure. We have to balance the books, for example. We don't have, again, the revenue streams that are afforded to the federal and provincial government. So I commend you for the work that you're doing. But I would say today, let's not cloud the message. We're hearing about Wellington, and I'm sure we need some time to work through the plans in terms of what's going to happen. But the key message for the federal provincial governments should be on the transit operating funding, which affects every resident in the city of Ottawa far and wide. And it is a structural problem that we're having as a result of the pandemic? I was pleased to see yesterday at the Greenbow Park and Ride that there are quite a few more cars there than usual. So we are hopefully seeing some bounce, but I don't think any of us would predict that we'll see the kind of numbers that we saw prior to the pandemic. So let's not muddy the message to the federal and provincial governments that our top ask is the operating funding that will be so critical in this budget discussions and the budgets that are going forward. So again, Mr. Mayor, I'll be supporting the budget directions today, and I think it responds to the messages that I gave on the doorsteps when I said I'm committed to an affordable city. That's what we're doing today with the budget directions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Desroches. Councillor King.
Thank you, Your Worship. Today, I want to voice my strong opposition to the proposed budget direction before us that includes a 2.9% municipal tax increase. This direction is not only short-sighted, but it also fails to align with our term of council priorities as outlined in our city's strategic plan. As we know, our strategic plan sets out clear priorities for our city that includes a city that has affordable housing and is more livable for all, a city that is more connected with reliable, safe, and accessible mobility options, a city that is green and resilient, a city that is diversified and that has a diversified and prosperous economy. Yet, this budget direction is not directly linked to these priorities and does not sufficiently address how we will fund and achieve these crucial priorities. It lacks the strategic vision and commitment necessary to move our city forward in alignment with our stated goals. For years, the city has kept tax increases artificially low, but at what cost? Our cumulative tax increases over the past decade have been significantly lower than other major Canadian cities. While our lower increases may sound good on paper, the reality is that they have left us with chronically underfunded core services. We hear the complaints all the time as councillors that we have a massive waiting list for affordable housing, that we need to address increasing homelessness, that we need to fix our streets, fix the potholes, fix crumbling sidewalks, address deteriorating park equipment, that there's a lack of life cycle renewal for recreational facilities, and just generally unreliable transit service. And these are just a few examples of declining services. This 2.9% cap will only exacerbate the problem. It doesn't account for inflation, population growth, or the increasing demands on our city services. It's a number that looks good in headlines, but fails to address the real need of our community and the strategic priorities we set for ourselves. Building an affordable city requires investment. By placing an arbitrary cap on budget direction, we hamper our ability to provide essential services, core services, and infrastructure improvements. Only by adequately investing in our city will we be able to address the daily complaints we hear from our residents day after day about the declining and degraded quality of our amenities, services, and infrastructure. The only way to address these concerns is by properly investing in these amenities, services, and infrastructure. Colleagues, we need to have the courage to make difficult decisions now for the long-term benefit of our city. A 2.9% tax increase may seem palatable in the short term, but it's a recipe for continued deterioration of our services and our infrastructure. Indeed, I believe it is ultimately a recipe for disaster. It fails to provide the resources necessary to achieve our strategic priorities, whether it's creating affordable housing, improving our transit system, making our city more resilient to climate change, or fostering a diverse and prosperous economy. I urge you to reject the budget direction. Instead, let's develop a budget that truly meets the need of our growing city and aligns with our term of council priorities. Let's invest in our core services, our transit system, and our future. Our residents deserve nothing less. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor DeRuse.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak a little bit on the budget direction this morning, and I don't want to repeat my colleagues, Councillor Kitt and Councillor Brown and Councillor Turney and Lulaf and Marty Carr, because everyone at this council is trying to do their best to be able to move forward with a hard and tough budget year. But I want to also congratulate the Service Review Group that we've been talking about all day long today, but there was $153 million of saving and efficiency we found, and that will be translate to 7.5% saving. So if we can find those money and we're adding 2.9, we will be having totally different conversation today. But the resident in the city of Ottawa, we hear it time and time again. They're struggling to pay their bills. Councillor DeRoche mentioned every time your tax bill comes to your house, you assess and you look at it, why you're paying for it. We've been hearing it. We need to be able to move forward with affordable city. I think the 2.9, I want to congratulate you on your advocacy, working with the other level of government, because this is a very tough position you're in. But I also want to commend you for the work and advocacy you and the city manager have been doing behind the scene, because I know how much it takes and how long all these conversation and the commitment to make sure the city of Ottawa resident this year won't be feeling and the need to go ahead a loan to be able to pay their taxes. We need to keep looking for efficiency and saving, that's for sure. But I will be supporting your budget direction on 2.9%. And I'm hoping that we're learning some lesson and we'll keep advocating with the federal government to be able to get more money and look at our tilts and where we are standing today. See, municipalities need to look always for future growth and future revenue. We can't keep going to the same well and keep taking money from our existing residents. You need to look at, like Councillor Lowe mentioned, we need to look at our commercial industrial sector. We need to be able to improve and maybe add or look at different way of planning in the future to help with those, to offset those taxes. You gotta be able to increase your revenue by generating and adding more commercial and industrial, because we can't depend anymore on our partner, the federal government, from not even paying our fair share to our city. So for that, Mr. Mayor, I'm hoping our city manager is looking on a way for the future to be able to see where we can add, where we can look at from growth, specifically around our boundaries and some other municipality around us, because they're benefiting from our road and infrastructures. This is another discussion, but it gives us a future to look at where we need to get and generate more money from tax revenue. I also want to make sure I will not be supporting the 13.12G, because we are in a review right now concerning the stormwater, and my resident and the rural resident in total, they're really still waiting for us to see our direction and what we're going to do with it. So for that, I want to thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor DeRuz. I just have a couple of questions, Mr. Rogers. My understanding is that in 2016, the OC Transpo budget was about $506 million. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, that's correct, yeah.
And that we're forecasting a budget in 2025 for OC Transpo of $870 million, including the $120 million shortfall. Is that right?
Mr. Mayor, 872 is correct.
So the difference between 2016 and 2025, that's a 79% increase over that time in the transit budget. I won't ask you to do the math. I did it myself, but that's a 79% increase in the transit budget from 2016 to 2025. Would it be fair to say that there are many other areas of the city budget that did not get a 79% increase in spending over that period of time?
Mr. Mayor, I can confirm that is an accurate statement.
Okay. So it would be fair to say then, colleagues, that we are investing in transit in a big way in our city. The implication that somehow we're cutting back on transit spending or we're spending less on transit is simply not true. We are investing deeply in transit because it is a priority. How much is the light rail project, phase 1 and phase 2, how much is the total cost to Ottawa taxpayers of that?
Mr. Mayor, the total project itself is just over around 7.6 billion.
Okay, and the city of Ottawa's portion of that, I believe, is about $4 billion, is that right? Or
Just over 50%. So yes, that's correct. Yep.
okay. And it's fair to say that's the largest infrastructure project in the history of our city, is it not?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Yeah. So again, we are, as a city, investing in public transit. We're not shortchanging public transit or cutting back on public transit. We are deeply, deeply investing in public transit. 79% budget increase over 9 years and $4 billion of local taxpayers' money going towards the largest infrastructure project in our history. So transit is very important to us. And I'll just repeat the question that I asked on Monday, that the $153 million in savings that were achieved over 2023 and 2024 represent a 7.5%, the equivalent of a 7.5% tax increase. So it would be fair to say that if we had not achieved those savings, then we would have been looking at a tax increase last year, not of 2.5%, but of something closer to 10% without those savings.
Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
And that $153 million was not set aside somewhere or returned to taxpayers. That $153 million was reinvested in the programs and services that we have prioritized.
Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to make sure that was clear. I appreciate the motion from Councillor Brockington. I won't be supporting the amendment from Councillor Brockington. I have faith in the work that is going to be done by the working group on the long-range financial plan for transit that includes Councillor Leeper, Councillor Tierney, and Councillor Gower. And we will come back, that group, and includes me too, we will come back if we need to plug a hole in the transit budget with a proposal for council from that group, using all of the levers that are available to us. Nobody wants to cut service. Nobody wants to raise fares higher than necessary. Nobody wants to raise taxes higher than necessary. But we need to be transparent to our residents that those are the kinds of difficult decisions that we are facing if we don't get help from other levels of government. So let's hope we get the help from other levels of government, and the work of the Transit Long Range Financial Plan Working Group will be focused not so much on plugging the hole for next year, but on the longer term structural deficit that we have in transit. But we will come back with recommendations, and whatever levers that we decide to apply will be the decision of council at the time the budget is tabled and voted on. So I don't want to restrict that in any way today. So I'll be voting against the Brockington amendment, but of course I will be voting in favor of the budget direction. So let's vote first on the amendment, please.
Can we have a recorded vote, please?
Yep.
Mr. Mayor, we're just getting that on the screen now.
Yeah, so this is the Brockington amendment. Okay, go ahead.
Councillor Curry.
No.
Councillor Durush.
No.
Councillor Johnson.
No.
Councillor Plant.
No.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney.
No.
Councillor Devine.
Yes.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Lowe.
No.
Councillor Brown.
No.
Councillor Kavanagh.
Yes.
Councillor Carr.
No.
Councillor Kelly.
No.
Councillor Menard.
Yes.
Councillor Kitts.
No.
Councillor Giroux.
No.
Councillor Luloff.
No.
Councillor Troster.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
No.
Councillor Hubley.
No.
Councillor Bradley.
Yes.
Councillor Hill.
No.
Councillor Dudas.
No.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
No.
8 yeas, 17 nays.
Okay, thank you. And then on the item itself, please, recorded vote.
Councillor Curry.
Yes.
Councillor Durush.
Oui.
Councillor Johnson.
No.
Councillor Plant.
Oui.
Councillor Leeper.
No.
Councillor King.
No.
Councillor Tierney,
Yes.
Councillor Devine,
No.
Councillor Brockington,
Yes, but dissent on item 2B.
Councillor Lowe,
Yes.
Councillor Brown,
Yes, but dissent on 2G.
Councillor Kavanaugh,
No.
Councillor Carr,
Yes.
Councillor Kelly,
Yes.
Councillor Menard,
No.
Councillor Kitts,
Yes, I'll also dissent on 2G.
Councillor Giroux,
Yes, and I will dissent also on 13.1 2G.
Councillor Luloff,
Yes, and I'll register the same dissent as my rural colleagues.
Councillor Troster,
No.
Councillor Gower,
Yes.
Councillor Hubley,
Yes.
Councillor Bradley,
No.
Councillor Hill,
Yes, with dissent on 2A2.
Councillor Dudas,
Yes.
Mayor Sutcliffe,
Yes.
18 yeas, 8 nays.
Sorry. Can you repeat that? I think it'd be 17 yeas, 8.
Sorry, 17 yeas, 8 nays.
Okay. I know we moved part of Councillor Brown's, we're moving part of Councillor Brown's ward over to Councillor Gower, but we didn't create a new ward, right? So still got to add up to 25. Okay, thank you. We're moving on to item 14.2, which is a zoning bylaw amendment on Hazeldean Road. Councillor Gower, was it you that asked for that to be held?
I did. I don't have questions, but I did want to just comment on this. It's an important file in Stittsville, obviously. Planning and Housing Committee voted 9-3 in support of the staff recommendation last week at committee. I voted no at committee, and I'll be voting no today. And that no is to give voice to what we've been hearing from the community about big gaps in infrastructure and amenities. There's a lack of provincial services. We have thousands of people without a family doctor. Our Queensway Carleton Hospital is far above any anticipated capacity, and we have schools that continue to open with portables from the get-go. The provincial government is telling municipalities to grow, and we need them to come to the table with more investment in their responsibilities. And then there are the city responsibilities, mainly around transportation. Last week, unfortunately, we heard that shovels may not be in the ground for the Carp Road upgrade until 2026 or 2027. And this is for a project that was supposed to be finished in 2025. At committee, we did discuss adding a hold to the zoning to make the approval of the zoning conditional on the upgrade of Carp Road. It's not a fight that we would win at the land tribunal, but it was a tempting tactic to me because it could delay construction by a few months and maybe give the infrastructure a few months to catch up. I have given this a lot of thought and talked with colleagues and staff. I know there's not support around the council table for that hold. And in fact, it would actually hurt our ability to access funding for transportation projects like Carp Road. So it might be a short-term win, but in the long term, it would actually delay construction of Carp Road. We had hundreds of people participate. The vast majority of residents are opposed to this development. And as much as this is aligned to our official plan and council priorities, there's no way we can downplay the impact that this growth has on our communities. For most residents, they consider this growth in the city too much and too soon. We have nearly 55,000 Stittsville residents now. That's more residents than our neighbors in Canada North and more than Canada South. And about half the homes in Stittsville were built in the last 10 years. It's an incredible rate of growth. And during that time, the city has collected hundreds of millions of dollars in development charges from Stittsville alone. And I think residents are absolutely right to bring that frustration that we heard through this project, that projects like Carp Road and other investments are taking so long to be finished. If this is approved today, it'll still be close to 4 years before the first residents move in, which means we have time to get Carp Road and Hazeldean Road upgraded before then. It's a matter of funding and the will of council. Carp Road is my #1 local budget priority, and I'm going to keep pushing for this through our budget process this fall. Many of my colleagues in the last week or two have mentioned how many emails you've received from Stittsville residents about this file, that it's stood out in terms of the public reaction. We've had massive engagement, and I hope you'll remember that as we make future decisions around the council table around prioritization in transportation and transit to Stittsville and the West End. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Is the motion carried then?
Dissent.
Dissent. I'll dissent.
Okay, we have a couple of dissents. Yep.
Dissent.
Okay, Councillor Kelly, Councillor Kitts, Councillor Brown, Councillor Gower. Anyone else? Councillor Kavanagh, you're dissenting? Okay. Okay, next is item 14.6. Sorry. Okay, you're not dissenting? Okay. Okay, everybody's good?
Yeah, sorry, my audio is not working, but I'm dissenting also.
Okay, Councillor DeBruce. Next is item 14.6, Bill 185 implementation with respect to development review and Bill 109 monitoring report. I don't remember who asked for that to be held. Oh, Councillor Hill, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Bill 185 is formally called the Cutting Red Tape to Build More Homes Act. In June 23, Council passed staff recommendations to respond to Bill 109. The bill was designed to get municipalities to approve more building starts by reducing red tape and streamlining the planning approvals process. Staff recommended a third option, where much of the planning process would be shunted to a pre-consultation process that would avoid setting off the DC timer, and opted to hire 33 temporary full-time employees. This is process reordering, not cutting red tape. The red tape needs to be cut by changing processes, with an example being our rezoning bylaw, which will come into effect in a few years. This is what the province's intent is, streamlining and modifying processes. Protecting the status quo planning process within the city increases the cost to small and medium-sized developers to enter into market to the detriment of home buyers and renters. Hiring more staff on a permanent basis without first fully reducing the red tape seems to me as though we're maintaining the status quo and simply adding more capacity to do it. Permanently hiring more staff will cost the city more. The backlog that frustrates existing homeowners and developers has been maintained despite 33 new FTEs working on a temporary basis. Making these employees permanent will not reduce the backlog. Process changes like the rezoning bylaw and other innovative mechanisms will. With our current budget pressures, what message does it send to our residents that we're permanently increasing spending without first finding those efficiencies in our planning processes? Why not maintain the temporary status as we wait to see the impact of streamlining our zoning policies and other innovative options?
Thank you for the question, Chair. When we went through the Bill 109, and it feels like not that long ago that we were before Council talking about it, it wasn't simply moving things into the process before an application is submitted. We did blow up our process entirely at that time to try to streamline things as much as possible and to shave out time from the process to ensure we could meet those mandatory timelines that were imposed by the province. We met our timelines for applications that were submitted under the Bill 109 process 100% of the time. We have not returned we have not refunded any application fees, and that's in contrast to other cities like Toronto, where we've seen, in the neighborhood of $5 million being refunded to developers due to mismet timelines. So we have blown up our process through the Bill 185 process, which we've now, bringing forward to try to adapt to the most recent housing legislation. We are looking to move some of that process that was before the clock started to being on the clock. We've got a number of mechanisms where we're focusing on how we manage within the application timeline, so that we're looking at the pieces of the puzzle that are within our control, and looking at that sort of review timeline and the steps that are within it to ensure that we're on track with that. we're also introducing flexibility to applicants to allow them to work with us to amend their applications in process in order to so we can come forward and get to yes, which is something that our industry in general has been telling us that they want to hear, or that they want that opportunity to work with us to get to yes, rather than facing the option of us coming forward with a report for refusal because they haven't yet satisfied the criteria of council approved policies. I hope that answers the question, Chair. I guess in short, we have blown up the process. We have tried to streamline FAT. With respect to making these positions permanent, we have done a good job of recruiting and had the opportunity to recruit in a period where the housing market has generally been in a bit of a downturn, which is helpful for us to be able to bring people on. As we're seeing signs of that housing market recover, staff are proposing to make them permanent so that we've got the horses that we need to carry these applications forward in a timely manner, and that we're not trying to recruit in a period of hot housing market when those same resources are being competed for by other municipalities, by consultants and developers at the same time. So that's the rationale why we're coming forward today.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll dissent from the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much. And I would just like to congratulate staff who took those 33 positions in order to expedite the review of those post 109 applications and met their timelines every single time. That is very impressive. The comprehensive zoning bylaw is critical to provide residents with certainty as to what is going to be allowed to be built in their neighborhood. But will developers still be allowed to move to the Committee of Adjustment and to Planning and Housing Committee to ask for more?
Yes, Mr. Chair, applicants always have the right to apply.
Do you anticipate that even in a post-comprehensive zoning bylaw world, that we are going to continue to have significant numbers of applications for subdivisions, for rezonings, for official plan amendments, and for variances?
The short answer, Chair, is yes. We have an industry in the development industry that is built around adding value to land through the development and planning process, and we anticipate that to continue. While we may see some developers take advantage of the as-of-right zoning, we also anticipate that there will continue to be applicants that want to, seek to better their yield and better their financial position on a property and use the tools that are available to them to do so.
I fully anticipate that you're right. We are 3 years, I think, out of the Westboro infill study, which has done a lot to give greater certainty, but we are now starting to see the developers push the boundaries of that bylaw, to go to the Committee of Adjustment on that bylaw, and they're asking for variances that need to be reviewed by planners. I take no issue with ensuring that we have the appropriate planning resources on board in order to ensure that we are dealing with those applications in an expeditious way. But I want to take a look at what Councillor Hill is asking about removing red tape, and just caution that that feeds into a narrative that I see out there at the federal level, at the provincial level, in the industry, that red tape is largely what is to blame for a lack of housing starts. I've asked city staff to provide me with some numbers, and since 2023, we've provided planning approvals, be those official plan amendments, plans of subdivision, zoning amendments, for 42,000 units, of which permits have been pulled for 6,000. Developers are in front of the Planning and Housing Committee week after week after week, asking for rezonings and for new zoning permissions and official plan amendments, and then they're sitting on them. They're stalled. It's time for builders to build. Interest rates are going to be coming down. There are incentive programs at the federal and the provincial level. The lack of housing starts doesn't fall entirely on this city council. They have the permissions they need. The economic conditions are coming into play. The levels of government have been providing the incentives. It's time for builders to build. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Lowe.
Thanks, Mayor. Honestly speaking, like I do agree with the points that were made by both my colleagues that spoke before me. One of the things that I have heard about, like many of my colleagues would know, that Barrhaven East is a little quieter on the development front compared to Big Barrhaven, and you know, but there are still conversations with developers, and one of those conversations I've had recently is about one of the processes on our end, on the city's end. I'm not saying that everything with the city is wrong, but one of them certainly sounds like it, right? And these are the use of boilerplate documents in different parts of the planning process. And my understanding of this is that right now the city drafts these documents for the developer, then it comes back to the city. I think it might actually be legal. Anyway, there are some nearby towns and cities that these boilerplate documents are prepared and drafted by the developer or their lawyers and then get sent to the city for review. I'm wondering if there's room for process simplification like that or similar to that. Process simplification like that or similar to that in Ottawa, that can sort of help alleviate some of the comments that we honestly get. Like when people talk about developers in Ottawa, like this is one of the things that do come up. So I'm wondering if there's a reality where we can help alleviate some things like that.
Chair, if I may start with respect to standard conditions, and then I'm sure Mr. Mark is at the table and will want to speak to legal agreements. We do have a number of standard conditions, which are basically boilerplate within our approvals. We have worked in recent years to streamline those. In 2023, I think we were able to go through our standard site plan conditions and remove about a third of those conditions. So we are actively looking at a continuous improvement environment in planning and looking for ways to continually improve the system. We know we're not perfect. I will never come before you and pretend I am, but or that our department is, but the department as a whole is really focused on trying to meet the goal of advancing housing and looking at all kinds of different options to do that, including streamlining some of those standardized conditions. Mr. Chair, I'll ask Mr. Mark to speak to the legal side.
Mr. Mayor, so I'll focus on the site plan agreements and be as brief as I can, Mr. Mayor. The site plan agreement is in 4 or 5 parts. There's the covering bit of the agreement, which is entirely boilerplate. It does not change agreement to agreement. Then there's a legal description. Then there's a financial schedule. The information for the financial schedule comes in from the developer and then is reviewed by staff. And then there are a couple of schedules, which, as Mr. Moody identified, are standard conditions, which really do not change from agreement to agreement. And then there is the special conditions that are particular to that development. Again, there's a menu of conditions from which planning staff choose and legal incorporate into the agreement. So by far, the largest part of a site plan agreement is our standard conditions. There is one schedule that varies that deals with the particularities of that development. And so we do seek to streamline the process as best we can, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks very much. And I hope none of my language was diminishing. I know that there are a lot of challenges and have been a lot of challenges, and I hope that we can continue to improve the process to help the builders want to build here. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. So on the item then, I know there may be some dissents, but is the motion carried? Okay. Dissent from Councillor Hill. Anyone else? Okay, thank you. Item 15.1 is the referral of the motion from Councillor Leeper from Transit Commission. And Councillor Leeper, I believe for us to discuss and vote on this motion, you have to reintroduce it. So if you choose to do so, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And if I may, I'll just quickly introduce it when I'll read it into the record. If I may speak to it at the outset, I will, and then leave it to my colleagues to have the further debate. So this is with respect to reversing the LRT frequency reductions that were put in place in the summer months. It's interesting, Mayor. I heard you say a few minutes ago that we're not cutting back transit service, and yet here we are, where council is hopefully going to reverse a cut to transit service. The motion reads, I won't read the whole thing, but the therefore be it resolved is that council approve that line 1 frequency be restored to 5-minute headways from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. and from 6:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. on weekdays to be funded from the city's expected 2024 surplus in tax-supported programs when the Trillium line resumes service. And I'll just very briefly say it's a very rare day that Bill Carroll and I agree on something. And I think Bill is absolutely right when he describes the decision to roll back frequency of LRT during the day as penny wise and pound foolish for the sake of the small amount of money in the context of the larger problem we have in order to save that cash. I won't get into all the reasons why having 10-minute service is much worse than having 5-minute service for riders. I know my colleagues will speak to that. But what I'm really concerned about is the message that it sends to the residents of Ottawa. This one bright spot, great transit service during the day, great LRT service during the day. And it's just one more reason when residents quickly read the headlines to believe that transit sucks. It dissuades people from using our transit when they read about rollbacks in service. And if we don't bring riders back, the $120 million hole that we have in our budget is just going to continue to grow. This morning, I was out at the corner of Laurier and Bay with some volunteers. 826 vehicles arrived at the intersection between 7:30 and 8:30. 348 of those vehicles were bikes. 42% of the traffic at the intersection was bike traffic. And much as I'd love to see those folks become winter riders, they're all probably going to put their bikes away this winter. Are we going to have the transit that supports them coming back using public transit? Or are they all going to be in their cars in front of other drivers, further congesting our streets, further competing for parking? We have to give riders a reason to come back and to stay. And cutting transit service is not how we do that. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Plante.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you very much, Councillor Leeper, for bringing this forward. I have never gotten so much correspondence about transit since this was announced. I was actually quite pleased to see the different spectrums of people and vocations who came forward in my inbox to tell me about their experience using the LRT. I'm just going to give you a couple examples. So we had David, a Vanier resident who doesn't have a car but relies on a connection from his bus to the LRT to get to work. We had Rena, a nurse who works at Bruyère, who doesn't have a typical 9 to 5. Many of you heard from Delphine from the University of Ottawa Student Union, who very eloquently spoke about the different times when students get out of class and the reliability that they need with transit. I will be supporting your motion today, Councillor Leeper, and it's nothing personal against Madame Amicard or OC Transpo. It's just I want these people to know that we're listening to them, that we hear their concerns, that we understand why they need transit. I want them to stay engaged in the political process. As you guys know, Ward 12 had the lowest voter turnout in the last election, and I'm just pleased that all of these people came forward with very constructive feedback, with very personal and relevant experience to how these cuts were affecting them, and my vote today will be in support of that. So thank you very much, Councillor Leeper, for bringing out the best of residents of Ward 12. I'm very proud to represent them. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, Councillor Plante. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor. We've heard eloquent presentations just this morning on CBC from students and student associations who are greatly affected by this. Their class times don't always align with a 9 to 5. We got written to by 320 small businesses decrying the cuts that would be affecting their businesses, affecting congestion, and affecting how they can produce for residents who visit them every day. We've heard from people who are working poor, who this disproportionately affects, who have no other choice but to take the transit system. And in fact, Mayor, we've already seen reductions previously on the LRT. This wouldn't be the first time, it's just the latest. When we were starting LRT, we were supposed to see peak hour service times at 3 minutes and 20 seconds. We were initially supposed to have those 15 double trains. We didn't. Service frequency was described as every 8 minutes from 5 to 6:30 on weekdays, followed by every 5 minutes or less during peak hours, and every 5 minutes during off-peak on weekdays. Obviously, this is a reduction to that. And on weekends, trains were scheduled every 5 minutes from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. So we've seen reductions already, and this would be a further reduction in service for what is supposed to be our spine. I think, Mayor, it's important to recognize that without this, it will affect people's lives negatively, and we did no analysis of how that would affect people's lives. There's been no analysis sent to us on how ridership would be affected. There's been no analysis on when stage 2, line 2 gets going, how many more riders will be coming. Nothing was sent to us, even though there was a clear request for that. How many more riders are coming on line 2 and are going to hook up with line 1? So I guess my question, very clear question to staff is, what criteria are you using to increase service back to where it should be? And I don't want to hear nebulous thoughts about demand, because this is just a cut in with regard to funding. I want to hear specifically what type of criteria are you using to put this service back to where it was before?
Mr. Mayor, we'll be watching ridership levels. And if ridership on the line increases to a point that the current capacity can't handle the customers, we would be looking for the easiest, the best way to increase service so there is sufficient capacity.
Okay, but what is the statistic? Like, what's the number you're targeting to be clear to council? Because I don't hear a number, and I have not heard a number since this change was made. So there's got to be criteria if we're going to do this, and there's none right now. It's an arbitrary cut that we heard about before because of some financial savings. Well, guess what? You can cut all the transit in Ottawa and you'll have financial savings, but then you'll have massive congestion like we saw at the transit strike. I don't think any colleague around the table wants to cut transit to the bone that way. But if you cut transit service, you're going to have corresponding savings with a huge effect on everybody else in their lives in other aspects, and more congestion, more need for road expansion. So you end up, losing it at the end of the day. So again, I'll ask one last time: is there any strict criteria that OC Transpo is adhering to restore this service, or is it just a nebulous term around ridership increasing? And if that was the case, why didn't we cut this previously when ridership was actually lower?
Mr. Mayor, yes, absolutely. We'll be continuing to compare actual ridership levels to the capacity of the line. Before the service change was made, the midday and evening ridership was at 39% of the available capacity. With the current levels of service, it's now at 72%. If the ridership that we're hoping will arrive this fall with all of the economic changes and who's going to work does come to pass, we think that could grow as high as 81%. If we see it getting close to 90, 100%, then we'll definitely be working on when's the best time and what's the best way to increase the service.
I'll just say, Mayor, we need to entice riders back, not make changes that keep them away at this time. And I'll be supporting the motion, and thanks to my colleague for bringing it forward.
Thank you. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Mayor. So the other day I got an email from a Ward 9 resident, Maria, And what she had to say, in my opinion, is the perfect illustration of the impact that this service cut has on residents. She said, just like many other people in Nepean, I work downtown and rely on public transit to commute, but I'm finding it less and less reliable as the schedule keeps changing and becoming less frequent. Today, during my lunch, I had to take the LRT for an appointment between 2 stops downtown, and what was supposed to be a 10-minute trip quickly became an almost half-hour trip when I missed the train and had to wait 10 minutes for the next one. Colleagues, reliability and frequency are the key motivators for people to use transit. By diminishing frequency, we are diminishing reliability, and when we lose reliability, we lose riders. We all know what is reliable. Their car is reliable to a degree. It is an inefficient and costly mode of transportation. It causes all kinds of pollution and congestion, but it's reliable. And so our transit riders will choose to get in their car to go to work instead of taking the LRT. Even worse, an existing transit rider may choose to buy a car when previously they didn't think they needed to, and things will get worse. Why is our traffic so bad lately? Because we're not providing a reliable alternative to getting in their car. And the irony here, as governments are urging workers back to work to help our downtown economy, is not only does Maria miss her lunchtime medical appointment, but someone else might decide not to jump on the LRT during their lunch hour for a quick ride over to their favorite spot to buy lunch or go shopping. So either we can support Councillor Leeper's motion and help grow transit, help grow our economy, help make the city run better, or we can bang another nail into the coffin. I'm going to vote to make our city better, so I will be supporting Councillor Leeper's motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. Councillor Dudas?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My understanding is this has been in place since August 26th, and that when the memo first came out from OC Transpo, it was that when this came into effect, you would have, frontline staff, fare service gates information, monitoring through operations in terms of how the impact would be on ridership. Do you have any of that data back as of yet in terms of whether that change has had any adverse effects? Have you seen the same percentage that you had anticipated in terms of ridership in those off-peak hours?
Mr. Mayor, we have some information back. There will be more information as the month comes to an end. We have day to day. We have people watching the number of people on trains to make sure that we're not leaving anyone behind. That we're not having trains that are uncomfortably overcrowded. We're also collecting the data from the number of people who walk through the ferry gates every day to see if there's any changes. We are seeing consistent ridership levels from what we would have expected to see at any level of service on the train.
Okay. And in terms, so when I first saw that memo, I had a bit of a heart attack thinking, oh my God, the LRT, we're going to reduce the service. So I sent an email immediately to Renee and asked if we see the demand increase as public servants go back to work, as students go back, how quickly can you return the LRT to that initial time frame? Can you tell me how much time? I think Councillor Menard had asked a similar question, but if you see the demand increase to the necessary point of us resuming to this level of service that we had prior to August 26th, how long would it take for you to get back to that point?
Mr. Mayor, I can't give a specific number, but I would say it would be within days.
So within days, you can meet that demand. So I'm incredibly glad we're talking about this motion, and I actually want to thank Councillor Leeper for bringing it forward because over the past several weeks we've been talking about the big picture, right? The $120 million gap that we're talking about. We're talking about transit as a whole. But I know for me this has been a question about priorities. And at this point, I just want to share a little bit of details about my personal experiences, not only a councillor, but a rider in Orleans West Ennis. I have had dozens of meetings and calls with OC Transpo because of the changes that we are seeing and will be seeing to the bus service and the new ways to bus. And I'm going to give you an example. So many of the routes in my area, not just one, but several of them, are going to change to coincide with line 2. And what is going to happen is that those changes, while we all understand are necessary because it has to line up perfectly, in the interim between the train running and the bus changes will mean that some of us, myself included, will have to take a milk run that will add 30 to 45 minutes to our bus every single morning just to get to the train. So when we're talking about cuts to service and what's the backbone of the service, I fully agree, LRT is the backbone. But if I can't, as a rider, or any of my residents can't even get to the train, that is the death spiral. That is the concern, because if we have to wait that 30 to 40 minutes, in addition to all of the additional time that we've seen accumulate because of previous changes, no one's going to do that. We're not going to take transit. We're just going to jump in our cars, or we're going to carpool. We're going to find another way. And I'm going to give you another example. So I previously had represented the area in Bradley Estates in Chapel Hill South that had the park and ride, the Chapel Hill Park and Ride. It was an $8.5 million investment. And 5 years later, that park and ride still does not have a direct line of service. With the new ways to bus, we were going to see an adjustment of one of the routes, my route specifically, that would now have that very essential, important connection. But to get back to my point, with the changes that we have to align with the LRT and the extension of it, that means is that we won't be able to connect to the LRT without first going through Beacon Hill. So now we're adding at least an hour. I have another call with a resident who's taking the 38. Because of the way the buses are aligning, it's going to be an hour between their bus coming and the next bus, right in the midst of morning peak. I'm trying to work this all out with staff. So the reason why I bring these up is because while I see value in continuing the level of service on LRT, absolutely, and in an ideal world, flush with cash, I would say let's do all of that and let's add to the service. I cannot justify to my residents, to the folks I'm about to ride home with on the bus today, because that's how I'm getting around this week, I can't justify to them that we're going to spend $600,000 for the next 3 to 4 months and then come right back to the same conversation to adjust off-peak usage on the LRT when I know we can ramp back up again, and I'm happy to fight that fight if that demand is there, when I can't even get them to the train on their local bus network. So again, I do want to thank Councillor Leeper for bringing this forward. I think this is a very, honest and necessary conversation. But at this point in time, I can't justify to my residents when I can't get these simple bus fixes.
It's time, Councillor.
Spending this money. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Choster.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Could staff just clarify how much it would cost for a year to restore off-peak LRT service to every 5 minutes?
Mr. Mayor, that would be about $1.6 million per year.
And could staff also clarify how much our citywide operating surplus will be at the end of 2024 approximately?
Mr. Mayor, as reported on Monday at FinCorp, it's a forecast, so it's not set in stone. So right now we're forecasting a surplus of 3.6 on the citywide tax services. And as I always caution, that's a forecast. We're always a couple of winter storms away from eroding that. So just as a caution.
Okay, that's fair, but right now we can afford it. We do have a surplus from our operating budget. I understand it's a different budget. I'm entirely sympathetic to what Councillor Dudas just had to say, although I might remind you that if your big concern are those connector buses that take forever and take you on a milk run, well, if you miss that connector bus because you missed an LRT that comes every 10 minutes, that also makes your commute even longer. I have a problem with the numbers we're dealing with here because ridership capacity does not speak to frequency, and ridership capacity doesn't speak to the
wildly large number of people who have abandoned transit and likely will not come back. This is the transit death spiral in action. If people don't believe that that is a reliable and accessible service that will get them where they need to go, they've already bought those cars or they're using the cars that they already have. And if we want to see a true modal shift in this city, we've already made a massive investment in the LRT. Reducing its frequency in the middle of the day to me is nonsensical. And here's the other thing. How many times have I heard as a resident who represents downtown Ottawa that we need to transform our city so we're not just dumping people in and out of the downtown core on a typical 9-to-5 schedule, because that's not what people are working anymore. But then we cut the transit that allows them to get around the city at any other time of the day. So whether it's a student, whether it's a public servant who may work half days with the new return to office mandate, where it's someone who wants to do a simple appointment on their lunch hour, and it now takes half an hour instead of 10 minutes. Time is money. A missed appointment is money. This is the reason why people say that it doesn't make any sense to take transit anymore. And yes, we made a massive investment in the LRT, and this is just, as far as I'm concerned, allowing it to fail. And similar to Councillor Plant, I received a huge amount of correspondence on this. A lot of correspondence from students who I want to thank very greatly for being involved, getting involved in their city. This is an issue they care about. And also, as Councillor Menard mentioned, it was a Centertown business, Mushu Ice Cream, that overnight spearheaded a campaign and got like 350 local businesses to sign on immediately. Their shift workers can't get to their shifts. Their clients, or their potential customers can't get there to purchase goods in the middle of the day. I mean, the question is, do we want to be a real city or not? This is a small amount of money in the grand scheme of our giant transit deficit. And I think if we are going to be going cap in hand to other levels of government to say, help us, we also need to show that we're investing and that we're maintaining an acceptable level of service. So I am very happy to support Councillor Leeper's motion. The death by 1,000 cuts, yes, we've invested a lot, but we've made people's commutes harder. People used to have one bus to get them from point A to point B, and now we're telling them take a bus and then take the LRT and then take another bus. And if that LRT section in the middle has you waiting for 20, 30, 40 minutes because you missed a bus, or because you missed a train, or because it's too full, people are just going to give up if they haven't already. And so to hear that our ridership numbers are stable now from what they are last year, that's saying we're not attracting more people, which is what we need to do. So I hope you will join me in supporting Councillor Leeper's motion. This is a huge priority for my residents. I've been stopped on the street to talk about this constantly. People are scared about further service reductions. They want to see the frequency of the LRT restored, and they don't want to see transit rates increase. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Leeper, for bringing this forward for discussion today. Gloucester Southgate residents have a lot of skin in this game. We have been anxiously waiting for the Trillium line to reopen for years. We've heard about students taking transit. Well, we used to have a huge student population in Gloucester Southgate Ward, which has all but evaporated because transit to get to Carleton is not quite like it was when we had the O train up and running. When stage 2 opens, I will have 4 transit stations in my ward, including line 2 and line 4. So needless to say, we're very excited and anxiously awaiting the opening. So you can imagine that my residents were equally disappointed to hear that when their stage 2 LRT O train is back up and running, the service on line 1 is now going to be reduced by half on off-peak periods. So again, not super attractive to the students who are hoping to relocate back to Gloucester Southgate Ward. So I am extremely supportive of Councillor Leeper's motion. We heard the mayor say in our last conversation that we have invested greatly in transit, and I agree with that point. We have made huge investments in transit, $7 billion on line 1 and line 2, $4 billion from our coffers. That's huge. But we are not making the investments we need in the operational funding. Capital is great, but if we can't afford to run our trains, we heard in the mayor's press conference that we may not have enough operational funds to open line 2, despite spending $4 billion from our coffers on this system. And now we're looking at slashing line 1 service in half and off-peak hours. So again, capital investments are great, but if we don't supply the correct amount of operational funding to make that service useful and attractive for our residents, we're just left with shiny trains, shiny parked trains. So think about that. So I hope that my colleagues will support maintaining the line 1 service to 5-minute headways once line 2 opens up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
First of all, I want to thank Councillor Leeper. We had a good discussion when this was brought forward, and I wanted more information. I think it's very critical, and again, I wasn't happy with a lot of the responses I received, so I was more than happy to refer this for a full debate because we all have skin in the game, as my council colleague says, some more than others. Councillor Leeper and myself have terminus stations. I have people boarding the train direct as much as the buses. We all know there's problems. I did want to focus on the great news that's coming down the pipe that I don't think we're talking about enough, is the new plan for some of the routes where it's going to be true spoke and hub. But of course, it's all based on the timing of stage 2 openings, whether it's in the south or whether it's in the east end where we're well behind. That will make more effective route travel, because a lot of people don't even understand we're going to connect 2 villages that's never really existed before, between Blackburn and Beacon Hill, with bi-directional busing and just getting people out and promoting. And I'm glad we're making changes, that messages to the GM on that. I think it's important that we promote. It is coming, but a lot of people don't know when. I do have a question about the run times and the speeds of the train. I know this has been a constant issue. Obviously, if the train goes faster, it could change things dramatically. Do we see any opportunity for the train speed increasing based on safety? Has to be obviously certified and safe, or is it always going to be that slow putt-putt train that we currently have right now?
Mr. Mayor, right now, as you well know, the trains are running more slowly because of precautions on the wheel rail interface. As those are resolved over the months to come, we're optimistic that those speed restrictions will be able to be removed. And at that time, the trains will be able to run more quickly. That will have the effect on frequency of using the same number of trains at these times, that they can make a round trip more quickly, and the service can be every 8 minutes instead of every 10 minutes. But of course, we don't have a date for that yet.
Yeah, I think that's a lot of the problems, is people are wanting a date and we're never committal based on our history. Understandable. But this is where planning comes into play, because we don't have plan Bs for anything, for our bus fleets, for if we're not operational on lines where we're taking our best guess at a dartboard. It's just not happening. So a lot of the things that we want to be able to sell to the public, like it's going to be a great system, we're unable to do because we can't make those decisions about when we're going to see something open and where the good parts of the route are going to come into play. I had a question at that committee that was not answered in regards to 5 minutes to 10 minutes and what the delta, what the checkpoints are. How do we come to 10? I was told essentially it's $600,000 in savings at a 10-minute mark or nothing. There was no breakdown. So I'm looking for a breakdown, because that determines a lot of how I'm going to decide today. What is it for 7 minutes?
I have those notes. If you'll give me a second, Mr. Mayor, I'll look them up.
Thank you.
Sorry for the delay. The reason I can't do it off the top of my head is because it's not a linear calculation.
Sure.
Would it be okay, Councillor, if I look this up while the discussion continues and I wave my hand when I have it?
Well, we've had a little while since the last meeting. I think I indicated very heavily when we moved the motion to bring it here to have that information present and public and transparent.
I will look it up right now. I apologize.
So maybe, again, I'll move on to my next line of questioning, and if that can be presented publicly before the end of this meeting, we'll help determine things. Because, you think 600,000, and to reference Bill Carroll again, which is interesting, twice in one meeting, you think If it's 5 to 10, you chop it in half, it should be $300,000. But we know that might not be the case. Fair enough. I just want to know what those numbers are. And then we also look at the 1.6 for next year. And on that, while we're getting that information ready to present to the rest of council, what does that look like on the cost of a pass? Because winter is not fun in this city. We've been blessed the last year. And I'm hearing major conflicts on the platforms at the terminus stations, mine specifically, during the hours that are outside of the traditional rush hour window, specifically between 5 and 6 o'clock, where people are having to wait for 2 trains. I understand there's a lot of great work taking Ottawa U to have hand-holding and getting people onto those trains correctly, but they are overwhelmed at the terminus station. So one, what's the additional cost if we were to roll it back to 7 minutes on a transit pass? And two, are we going to look at some additional help at those platforms at the terminus stations?
Mr. Mayor, I'll go back to the original question now if I can, and then I'll try and cover those two. The cost difference per year at a 10-minute service, as I said, is 1.6 million per year. At an 8-minute service, it's about 1.2 million per year. At a 7-minute service, it's about 800,000 a year.
Okay. So that's terrific. Thank you. That is really not good news, but it's news. $5 billion per corporation, $800,000 for a year. Let's go back to apples and apples now. So what does that look like for the rest of this year then? If it's now we know what's 7 minutes for the 600,000. And I'll go back on the board, Mr. Mayor. I know I'm out of time, but if I can get that response.
So if it had started at the beginning of September, that would have been 1/3 of the year. If it were to start at the beginning of October, that would be 1/4 of the year. So it would be 1/3 or 1/4 of the numbers I've listed here. So the example of a 7-minute service, if the decision were made today that on right now we'd go back to 9 trains in operation at that time of day, the cost would be, a little over a quarter of 800, so 200, a little bit more.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Lowe?
Thanks very much, Mayor. The motion speaks to taking advantage of our operating surplus. I kind of want to know where that surplus comes from and where it would go normally.
So, Mr. Mayor, again, I'll be very clear. The motion speaks to the tax supporters. That talks about the citywide tax services. The transit deficit that was at commission 2 weeks ago is forecasting a deficit of 25.6 million for the transit deficit. Our normal practice through disposition, which we bring forward in the April timeframe, that's when what we call dispose of any surpluses or deficits. At that point, we put the practice is to return surpluses into tax stabilization reserve. If there's deficits in the citywide tax side of the equation, we take it out of the tax stabilization reserve unless directed by council for other purposes.
Thanks very much. So, it's obvious that frequency is a hallmark of transit, especially higher order rapid transit. But if we take action if we play transit planner basically, and we take action to do something like this, eventually we may have to cut service anyway. And I think it's prudent on our part to sort of give staff that flexibility to be able to schedule as needed based on the demand. Right now, coming out of Barrhaven every morning, we have residents who are stuck on the platform at Fallowfield Station because multiple buses go by them full. So, where it's completely different from the LRT, but when you have service issues like that during the peak hour, and where there's a need for people to go downtown and they still, to Algonquin College or to anything along the Transitway and downtown, and they still can't, then it's, for me, it's a little bit difficult to think about arbitrarily adding that service back during the midday. So, I really do hope that staff are looking at the ridership changes since RTO came back, since the return to office, since the school year has started to really know what those, what the ridership numbers are, what the ridership patterns really are during the midday and adjust accordingly. I don't think it's our place to arbitrarily do so as a council. It's just like, as in planning committee, we don't tell developers how many stories their buildings can be. So I'm not going to be supporting this. However, I do want to place it on staff that, you really need to watch this closely and be dynamic about the situation as it changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. To the city manager, do we know where the general manager of OC Transpo is?
Councillor, she has an engagement of which she is speaking currently, and she will return to the meeting when it's done.
Thank you. This is an important conversation we're having. I appreciate Mr. Scrimger being with us today. Mr. Scrimger, if I remember correctly from past discussions, OC Transpo needs about 3 months when changes are made to scheduling, personnel scheduling. In this case, a reduction of service of about 3 months to do that planning. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, for bus service, that is correct. For train service, because of the number of changes we've had to make over these years, we have a quicker turnaround time and a faster ability to work with train operators to revise their shift times.
So when was the decision made to reduce service on the Confederation line?
Mr. Mayor, I don't recall the exact date, but I believe it was, shortly before the announcement was made, sometime midsummer.
Yeah, I have to start off by just sharing why the decision, even though staff have this delegated authority, has not sat well with me. And that is because at the June Transit Commission meeting, staff were silent on this matter, and we weren't going to meet again until September, 3 months. The memo comes out, it catches everyone, including the chair of the Transit Commission, by surprise, and the media and our residents can't believe that council and the Transit Commission wouldn't have been given a heads up. And we as a Transit Commission can't meet until September, 3 months. So it's very challenging to accept these types of decisions, not be at least the courtesy of a heads up at the June meeting of the Transit Commission so we can have a better understanding, the context, explain to our residents instead of saying, I don't know, I didn't see this coming. We look bad on that particular issue. I've been a member of the Transit Commission since 2018. I've been coming to meetings of the commission before I was appointed to the commission. We went through some very challenging times when Confederation Line was under construction. The detours, the lack of busing. I have files on every bus route in my ward. The number of complaints during that period was extensive. It was a very challenging time. And residents were told, once Confederation Line opens, things will be so much better. And one of the things Manconi kept saying is rapid and frequent. This is the spine of the system, like the 95, that was every 2 minutes during peak service and very frequent during non-peak service. Rapid and frequent. What we're failing to grasp today is frequency and capacity are two different things. And Mr. Scrimger, you keep focusing on capacity. When the trains get full, we'll put more on the line. But we're not addressing the promise we made to residents that your billion-dollar system is going to be frequent. The trains are going to come frequently, not just at rush hour for the public servants, but all day for everyone else who relies on that line and needs to take that line. So I feel we're going against that promise we made to the people. And I do a quick search, just 3 cities, the first 3 cities, Montreal, Toronto, Vancouver, and you look at their peak time service and their off-peak time service, they're all offering better off-peak time service than we will be on their main lines. So I fully appreciate the financial challenges that we're under, but when is enough enough, for crying out loud? That we've put people through that, and then the 5-year period of construction of line 2 and all that discomfort, not just the local discomfort, but the fact that if you live east of Blair or west of Tunney's, you're taking a bus, you're getting on the line, and if you have to go that further, there's potentially another bus involved. So that's why I support the Leaper motion, because we told people this would be not just a rapid service, but a frequent service. We promised people, Councillor Carr, when the Trillium line opened, it would be a lot more frequent than what the reality is. There were people on that north-south corridor who are disappointed that they were promised a much more frequent service than what we're able to deliver. That's why you see some of the double tracking along that corridor. So I'm supporting the Leaper motion for those very reasons, that your spine lines need to be frequent in addition to rapid. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff.
Thanks again, Mr. Mayor. I don't want to detract from what my colleagues are saying. I believe that the frustration comes from a very real place, and I agree with much of what I'm hearing today. And I think that all of the comments that we've heard so far have been quite thoughtful. You know, system-wide dictating operations and how often trains run off peak, I think is a bit of a distraction from what is perhaps a much larger issue here. As Councillor Lowe pointed out, it's not our role here at Council to be dictating that. A 10-minute wait for a train off peak pales in comparison to a 40-minute wait at a bus stop because of a delay of an interlined bus that eventually is supposed to become a 38 or another local route that leaves 50 people stranded at their bus stops, nowhere even near a train platform. Whether these people wait 9 minutes and 45 seconds or 4 minutes and 45 seconds at Blair makes very, very little difference to them as they stand at their bus stop. The train is reliable, what, 98% of the time? And yes, when it goes down, it's catastrophic. But the everyday frustration of cancellations and unreliability is what's leading to the loss in confidence in our system. Councillor Dudas has it right. Between her, Councillor Kitts, and Councillor Tierney and I, we once had the highest ridership in the city. We lost that because of unrealistic scheduling models, interlining, deadheading, and other issues that we're not really discussing in a meaningful way today. Trains running every 10 minutes wouldn't be such a big deal if people could rely on the information that they get in their travel planning app. We need to give people factual information about what their trip is going to look like so that they can plan which bus to take if it shows up on time. You know, there's other things that we could be doing, like animate the Chapel Hill Park and Ride with a shuttle to Blair. Eliminate interlining and deadheading. Be realistic on how long it takes to get between stops. We have to plan for people actually getting on the bus. This is what I hear from your employees. Make fare evasion more difficult or impossible, and fix the buses so that you have the revenue we need to increase frequency. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, get an extra 5 minutes. Ditto everything Councillor Luloff just said, but I'll take my own 5 as well. So a couple of things that have been talked about. First of all, you know, the concept that time is money. Yeah, I mean, really, we're talking 5 minutes equals $1.5 million. I just don't see it. You know, five minutes is not worth $1.6 million in my opinion. And then the question about where that money comes from. So there was a comment made that we can afford this. And the idea being that we take it from our reserves that are not confirmed. I don't know that that means we can afford this. But if we are saying we can afford this, then why are we saying at the same time we have a $120 million deficit for transit? That doesn't make any sense. So, I mean, my question to councillors and to everyone is, if you're going to spend this $1.6 million this way, is there no other way you would want to spend $1.6 million? I mean, I think there are many, many ways that we could spend $1.6 million and not on 5 minutes. To the point that many are making, like, what about the buses? You know, people waiting, you know, from Canada, an hour and 50 minutes to get downtown. Like, a lot of their bus waiting is from bus to bus to bus to finally get on LRT. Like 5 minutes for non-peak time is absolutely not worth $1.6 million. And the $1.6 million, to think that that would just automatically come from our city reserves, is that what this motion is saying, that that is exactly what would happen? Can I just have clarification maybe from the city manager or somebody that that is what we are actually deciding here?
Mr. Mayor, so as the motion is written, it's a forecasted surplus. If that forecasted surplus doesn't come to fruition, we have a few storms, whatever the case may be, and there's a deficit, it adds to the deficit in transit, 25.6 that I spoke to.
So the change in times then, because seeing as we don't have a way to pay for this right now, couldn't possibly happen until that was known, which would be when?
Mr. Mayor, it's my understanding that the general manager has delegated authority to remove that service like she did. She has delegated authority to put that service back in despite the fact that it would add to the deficit.
But that's not necessarily what this motion is saying. It's futuristic.
My interpretation of the motion in terms of the source of funds is that it's based on a forecast. So it's not actual dollars, and we will not know those actual dollars until we close the books next year.
Okay, councillors, are we paying attention to what's being said here? This is just making this up. Like, this isn't money we actually know we have. We don't know that we have this money, yet we're willing to spend $1.6 million on money we don't even know we have. I mean, I don't know that, I don't think we should actually be having this motion in front of us right now. I think there's too many unknowns for our budget to even look at this, but absolutely, I could not support this. I understand what people have said to us, but in terms of our finances, this doesn't make sense. And I really think that if councillors were asked, they could come up with many more things that would be worth $1.6 million as opposed to 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I thought this would be an interesting opportunity to, I appreciate that staff had the delegated authority to make a decision like this. I would echo some of my council colleagues in the manner that it was communicated with ourselves and residents, really, put a damper on whether there could be a positive understanding of how this felt for people. I think we could have probably done better in the way that we communicated it out. So I'd like to understand sort of when it comes to our risk framework, we have this risk framework that we use to analyze various decisions that the city makes. One of those aspects within the risk framework is reputational risk. So I was wondering if we had looked at this decision in light of what reputational risks it might offer to OC Transpro.
I can start, and if my colleague has anything to add, they're welcome to do that. There's a number of things that we look at in terms of making decisions here at the city based on our risk framework. Reputational is one of them. We look at financial, etc. And, on the basis of this, we do have delegated authority to make changes with respect to our service times. We're looking at the whole picture in terms of what is it that we need to deliver our service. We have what we need in terms of the capacity on the trains, which allows us to reduce that time, and it also saves us money.
Okay, so from what I understand, this was a financial decision, and the financial aspect outweighed, what reputational risk might have been interpreted. And I'm wondering if, in this case, this is somewhat of the way that some of council might disagree. In that we hear from residents every day who do feel that they are losing faith in OC Transpo. I can't help but bring back the students at Algonquin College again. So I have students who, if they miss the beginning of class, the doors close. And if they miss 3 classes, they're out of the course. The consequences are being felt by those who have fewer options in front of them. And the reputational risk to this system is, I believe, we're leaving it hung out to dry. So although I can appreciate that financially we have some difficult decisions to make, I also think we need to eventually invest in protecting those users that are currently there. I'm also concerned about the reputational risk when we look at transit-oriented development. So when I have, residents who are absorbing towers around their transit stations or future LRT stations, and we're saying, well, you're going to have great service here soon, and those residents turn to me and go, give me a break. And I'm left flat-footed. That every conversation like that is a reputational risk. And we continue to orient our development towards transit, and our transit continues to orient people towards the car. So I am concerned that we are not doing what we can. I'm also concerned when we are looking for other levels of government, because you're absolutely right. OC Transpo is a ship. Bear with me. If we were to imagine OC Transpo as a ship, and this ship is in trouble, we're calling the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard is the provincial and federal governments. We are too far from shore to not get help from the Coast Guard. I absolutely understand why we are doing this. I do believe we need fairness for Ottawa. The numbers are too big for us to do it by ourselves. But the solution is not to stop bailing the boat. We have people on the boat. And these people are calling our offices saying, we deserve to have the service that we signed up for when we made choices about where to go to school, where we made choices about where to work. And now you're eroding those choices. And so although I can appreciate that we might not have the money and it is a forecast, we do accounts receivable all the time. It is not uncommon to have these types of accounting tools. And so I think in that respect, this motion is well within reason, and I will be supporting it for those residents that are expecting us to bail this boat as we're waiting for help.
Thank you. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think transit service is poor in your area when other councillors keep bringing up how bad it is in your area. So I want to thank my East End colleagues for continuing to bring up the Chapel Hill Park and Ride and the need for an efficient route there. I find this argument or this debate a little bit perplexing, although in general, the residents' frustration toward the transit system is extremely merited. But I would agree that every 5 minutes is a very nice frequency. It's an excellent service standard, but I find every 10 minutes is also pretty frequent. And that's a maximum of 10 minutes. Most people wouldn't be waiting a full 10 minutes. I've been looking at off-peak in other cities. Calgary, 15-minute intervals. Edmonton, 10 to 15 minutes. Paris, 7 to 12 minutes. Oslo, 8 to 15 minutes. Los Angeles, 10 to 20 minutes. And, perhaps this is additionally confusing to me because in my ward, students typically will leave 90 minutes before they need to be at school, at a school that's only a 20-minute drive away, because they build in time for their bus not to show up or for their bus to be too full. So in Ward 19, every 10 minutes sounds like a dream. And I appreciate that we're talking about the spine of our system, so it's apples to oranges a little bit, but the people, all of us need to take transit. In the absence of density near stations, as over time we build towards that, is modal shift in wards like mine. That's what our transit system needs, and they are the ones that can't get to the spine in an efficient and reliable way. That needs to be the priority. So I co-sign a lot of the comments already shared today. And if the trains were bursting at the seams, I would absolutely be here fighting for every 5 minutes. But I can't help but think, no wonder, we're in the financial situation we're in if we're demanding we run a train every 5 minutes in off-peak times when the demand isn't there, when other major cities don't even run their trains that frequently. And if colleagues are worried about optics, well, then I agree. Not ideal, but I think this is a prudent financial decision. And as we heard today, this will continue to be monitored frequently, and will continue to be adjusted as demand requires it, which is what I would expect from OC Transpo. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much.
I have really struggled with this more than most decisions. I just have two questions before speaking. First of all, I'm not certain that I correctly understood the motion with the reference to the opening of the Trillium line. Is the change to frequency being proposed for right away or once the Trillium line opens? Like the text of the motion, are we proposing changing the frequency back to every 5 minutes during peak and evening hours right away or when the Trillium line opens? That's what I'm not clear on.
Are you asking the mover of the motion that question?
Yeah, sorry, I guess so.
Yeah. So it is, I was proposing it for the opening of the Trillium line, taking the advice of some colleagues. The cumulative effect of infrequent headways will be most felt when people are waiting 12 minutes for a line 2 train, then potentially waiting another 10 minutes for a line 1 train. So that's what I've got on the table today.
Okay, I guess I struggle with debating a motion for something to happen when we don't even know when it's going to happen. For one thing. The second thing I don't understand is the impact this will have on delegated authority. So if we vote on this for the Trillium line, but the trains all of a sudden magically start filling up in the next few weeks before the Trillium line opens, will we have effectively removed staff's ability to adjust the schedules before then?
Mr. Mayor, not in my opinion. I think the delegation of authority is pretty clear that the general manager has the authority to do all the things that are necessary to make sure the service is good within the established budget.
Okay, so but if we remove the delegated authority for the timing of the LRT and move it to every 5 minutes during off-peak, are we then, if we notice service that there's no one on the train or whatever else, we don't have the authority to flip it back? Have we taken that away from staff?
Mr. Mayor, if I may assist, if the delegated authority to the general manager is lifted by council, council's made a substantive decision, and as such would not be able to revisit that decision within this term of council, absent new information coming forward to this council.
Sorry, can you just repeat that again one more time? Sorry.
Mr. Mayor, it would effectively be a reconsideration element that council has made a decision on a substantive matter, and council could revisit it should there be new information as deemed appropriate by the mayor.
Okay, and I think that's the point that worries me, but just a few other points. So the reason I've struggled on this is I've actually only received a handful of emails about this potential change. And I do have only a small piece of my ward, East Way Gardens, that's directly impacted by LRT. When the new ways to bus came out, I received hundreds of emails concerned about the change and the impact that's going to have on our neighborhoods. And that's sort of consistent with discussions that we've had at Transit Committee, since I was elected, where we see only 50% of the demand back on pre-pandemic on the LRT, but we see 70% on our buses. So my bus service has suffered significantly, I will say, from my ward since the implementation of the LRT, and with new ways to bus, now 5 kilometers away, in many cases, we'll have to take 2 buses to get to an LRT station, when back in the good old days, we could take 1 bus straight downtown, or even in my case, directly over to Hull on the old number 8. A couple things that Councillor Troster said really resonated with me. The missed appointment is money. What I hear about mostly, I've got a lot of hospitals in my ward, and people who are not getting to the hospitals on time because of the buses. And the same with the shift workers can't get to their shifts. I've had calls from Alex Munter. I've had calls from senior executives at the hospital at the Pearly complaining about the bus because the shift does not function as much. And these are not people on the LRT. These are people on my buses. And it is a real problem in the hospital services in my ward. And I'm not hearing as much of it being the LRT. So my issue is the concern that I'm hearing is about my buses, and mostly. And so the 1.6 million that is saved from the LRT, the changes, where is that money going back to? Where is it being reinvested in?
Mr. Mayor, it's going to reduce the size of the deficit that would be at year end.
Okay, so it's not going to, it's not improving any specific service cuts on any of the local routes. It's specifically going to reduce the deficit that will be added to the tax bill essentially. Well, we can't have a deficit this year, but how we address it.
Mr. Mayor, I'll jump in if that's okay. So for 2024, it's a $600K savings. So again, we are forecasting a $25.6 million deficit in transit services, as was before commission 2 weeks ago. If we reinstate that, that effectively becomes $26.2 million deficit that we got to deal with. So it helps reduce. It's a large number. It's a small number in the big picture, but we need to be diligent in terms of reducing that deficit as much as we can. I'm continuously working with Renee and team in terms of, okay, what else can we do in terms of reducing that 25.6 even further down, not up.
Okay, and just a couple of other quick questions. So I note some of the questions Councillor Tierney asked about the specific data in the time windows. Have we noticed any during the whole off-peak period, which I think is 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. on the weekdays, are there times in there that have increased more than others, like 9 a.m. to 10 or 2 p.m. to 3? Is there anywhere where we already can see that potentially there would be some reinstatement?
Mr. Mayor, what we've seen as what we saw before, that the busiest times in the midday are when large numbers of people are leaving University of Ottawa, and that whatever time that is day to day, as their schedules are different, that can be the time that the trains are the most full during the midday period. That's our biggest driver of let's say variability within that block of time. So that's what we watch is, if I were to say there's a bellwether in the morning rush hour, it's Herdman Station going west. If there's a bellwether that we watch in the middle of the day, it's at University of Ottawa.
Okay, thanks. So when we got that notice on the cuts to the LRT timings, it was in place to save money for this year, but there's no plans for next fiscal year, which at City January 1st, to restore. You won't restore that service at all. You're expecting that savings to continue, or that decision hasn't been made yet?
Well, Mr. Mayor, yeah, the final decision hasn't been made because that will come through the budget. But again, $120 million gap in 2025, we need to make sure we do what we can do to reduce that gap. And this would be a lever that would stay in place if the demand is not there, as Pat had said. So once the demand comes back, the service comes back. But right now, the demand is not there. So it would be one of the things that we would consider, and that will be contained in the budget documents and assumptions that we'll bring forward for 2025.
Okay, thanks very much. I appreciate everything. I really wish that we were having this discussion closer to the opening of the Confederation line, where we had, sorry, not the Confederation, the Trillium line, since it's linked to that. I think it's premature to have this discussion today, but I think it's worth revisiting.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Hill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I got a photo that I wanted to bring up if we could. I will start by saying that I do think frequency is important. I do think it would be better to see a more frequent train service than less frequent. In fact, I would say it would be nice to see it go beyond 5 minutes down to 3 minutes. But I do think that there is a consideration for where the demand is and the concomitant costs that go with that. I appreciate the fact that these decisions are being data driven, and I appreciate the fact that what I heard today from staff is that they will be monitoring, and should there be a determination that demand increases to the point where there's a need to increase frequency, that will be done. One of the comments I heard on that from staff was that they're monitoring it because they want to make sure that we're not leaving anybody behind. So I guess I would ask staff, are you aware if we have left people behind on platforms such as Fallowfield during on-peak service as a result of overfull 95 buses?
Mr. Mayor, I'm not aware of any consistent instances of that.
Well, I would say that we have, and that's on on peak. That's during the 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock time. The picture that I brought up there, that's Fallowfield Station on Tuesday morning. So, this is, I'd say, the good news of this discussion is, we are bringing transit riders back. It's not a completely doom and gloom story, I don't think. The problem is we're just trying to mishmash how we get those people back downtown. I had a great conversation with some really frustrated public servants last week on the topic of, hey, we've been ordered back to work 3 times, 4 times a week. In good faith, we came out to the Fallowfield platform and we got to watch 2 or 3 packed 95s go by in front of us. And as a result, I couldn't leave Fallowfield Station for about 35 minutes. That's pretty frustrating. That is what I would call need to have as opposed to nice to have. It is a nice to have to increase the frequency of the train from 10 minutes to 5 minutes. It will be a need to have when we have capacity issues at the train, which is not what I'm hearing today. But what I can say for a fact is that we need to make sure that we have the ability to leverage some operational resources from time to time if there's an R1 service that gets popped up, to make sure that if we need to pay some overtime to some drivers or we need to invest resources, those resources are getting invested in places like the 95 so that we don't have our folks standing at Fallowfield Station for 35, 40 minutes. That's what's going to be the nail in the coffin. It's not going to be someone waiting for 4 to 8 minutes downtown. And I do believe we will get to that. I think the data will drive that decision, and I look forward to when that's the case. And actually, I think it will get beyond that. So we get to the point where it's every 3 minutes or 2 plus, and that'll be great. I think the transit riders need to be respected from the fact that there's more than one spine here. Yes, we need the LRT to be consistent, and it has been reliably consistent. But what hasn't been reliably consistent are those spine routes for the buses to get people to the LRT. That's what's going to kill our transit ridership. So for that reason, I will not be supporting the Leaper motion. I appreciate the motion coming forward, and I appreciate the spirit behind it, and I look forward to when we're able to increase the frequency of the trains on the LRT line 1 coming through. But in the short term, I think what's going to bring people back to transit ridership is the fact that they don't want to pay for parking downtown. They're frustrated with the gridlock on the roads. That's going to bring transit riders back. And yes, we do need to provide the best service we can, but the best service means spreading out a bit of that peanut butter around the toast here so that we get some love for the buses that are getting you to the train as well as the train. I recognize the train is a bright spot. I'd love to see that bright spot get even brighter. But in the short term, I can't support this because I want to make sure that at minimum, we're providing and able to provide the right level of services to the bus riders that are trying to get to the LRT. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor King.
Thank you so much, Your Worship. I fully support Councillor Leaper's motion to reconsider the recent cuts to our LRT service. This motion comes at a critical juncture for our city's transit system and offers us an opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to reliable, accessible public transit for all Ottawa residents. The decision to reduce LRT services during daytime and evening hours has understandable concern. These cuts disproportionately affect students, office workers, shift workers, low-income residents, and countless others who rely on consistent transit service throughout the day. We must remember that public transit is not just about rush hour commutes, it's about providing mobility and independence to all residents at all hours. Councillor Leaper this morning asked if I had a quip today. So I'll oblige. If we built it, it should run. If we build it, it should run. As transit experts consistently tell us, service frequency is the lifeblood of any successful public transportation system. It's not just about getting from point A to point B. It's about creating a network that people can depend on, that encourages spontaneous trips, and that makes car-free living a viable option for more of our residents. By reducing service frequency, we risk entering a downward spiral, the death spiral, where decreasing ridership leads to further cuts, breaking a cycle that's difficult to break, or creating a cycle that's difficult to break. We shouldn't create a scenario where if you miss a train by seconds, you have to wait 10 minutes. Fortunately, we have an opportunity before us. The budget surplus identified in our tax-supported programs provides us with a chance to reinvest in our transit system without placing additional strain on our finances. This is not just about restoring service, it's about sending a clear message that we are committed to building a reliable transit system for Ottawa. We should commit to transit that is both rapid and frequent. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Gower.
Thanks, Mayor. We've covered a lot. I'm trying not to be repetitive, but going back to, we're already projecting a $25.6 million deficit. Why does this deficit even matter anymore? We've been talking about 600,000, $1 million. Like, why can't we just add $5 million right now to the transit budget and run trains 5 minutes all day long, all week, every Saturday, increase service? Like, why does the budget even matter anymore? Why should we care about this as councillors?
Mr. Mayor, so it's as per the Municipal Act, we're required to put forward a balanced budget. That's what council adopts. Obviously, throughout the year, there's been a lot of conditions that's changed throughout that adopted 2024 budget. And we've been reporting back through committee in terms of that, what that forecast is. That forecast is now a deficit of $25.6 million. So we're working closely with transit to make sure we can do what we can to reduce that. So as small as 600,000 may seem on 25.6, but every little piece helps to reduce that deficit to still an issue that we got to solve during the disposition process. So it's very important to be fiscally responsible. We just can't add additional money to it because we don't have the authority to do that in the absence of council directing from a separate draw. So we need to maintain that budget that's been adopted.
And we have a $7 million transit reserve fund. So that'll be emptied to balance the books at the end of the year. Can you be clear with council where the other funds come from and whether or not that presents a risk in our ability to have sufficient funds in the event of other unforeseen circumstances in city operations?
Mr. Mayor, that is correct. We have roughly $5.6 million in our transit operating reserve. We have another 9.6 in our transit capital reserve. So combined, that's just over $15 million. So those would be the two main sources that we would go to during the disposition. And then, you know, an option could be to push that reserve into a negative balance. We've had negative balances in reserves in the past as we try and dig ourselves out of the hole. By doing that, we're just compounding that 120 million is growing. So we're trying to do our part to make sure that we're not adding to that pressure and manage that, so we're kind of solving that issue that we have in front of us.
Okay. To Mr. Scrimger and OC Transpo, every year and throughout every service change, I think the service change happens 4 times a year. As far as I'm aware, you look at ridership across the entire system, trains and buses, and you make adjustments. If a route has more customers than expected and is operating over capacity, you look for opportunities to increase service, a longer bus or more frequency. And if it is under capacity, there's a certain threshold where you might look at reducing service, a smaller bus or less frequent service. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're applying a similar lens to LRT, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Is it still accurate that ridership on our bus network continues to increase at a higher rate than ridership on LRT?
Mr. Mayor, I don't know that to be true at this stage. It was true during the years when we were recovering from the worst of the pandemic to this summer's status, that more customers came back on bus, more of a greater proportion of customers came back on bus service than on train service, because the train service primarily serves downtown, and downtown was where all travel was at its lowest. What has been going on for the last week, we don't yet have enough data to conclude.
Okay, so I know that's a point of frustration for a lot of councillors, is the lack of data from the past couple of weeks. And I think maybe people assume that as soon as the day ends, there's a report out to say, here's the number of riders. Like, why does it take time? Or can you give us a bit of context as to why we aren't able to get more specific or up-to-date numbers on ridership so far?
Mr. Mayor, the ridership data we present to the Transit Commission comes from a number of sources. The source that has the fastest turnaround time is the number of people that walk through the fare gates at train stations. That counts the people who are entering and leaving the system through those fare gates and doesn't count the people who are transferring from buses at major stations because they have that prepaid transfer and they don't need to go through a fare gate. The slowest of all of these is the origin destination survey, which happens every 5 years. One of the solid pieces of data that we can consistently report is how much money we brought in from the fares that we sold, because every dollar is a real dollar. And that we can tabulate at the end of every month, once all of the pass sales are complete, once all of the individual fares have been paid, and once we reconcile with the universities and the college on the UPass sales. And that's why we're usually reporting August ridership at around the 20th of September, July ridership at around the 20th of August. The data, the decisions that we're making day to day in the control room and where we dispatch the buses are based on observations that customers, staff, and observations that are relayed from your offices. As they come to us, we can investigate further. They're more of a, they're a little more quantitative, a little more an assessment based than based on a specific number. If we know we left people behind, and we left people behind consistently at the same place, at the same time, days in a row, we know there's a lack of capacity there, regardless of what the number is, and we can find the best way to fix that. I hope that answers the question to some extent.
Well, I think so. So our next Transit Commission meeting is the 10th of October. And you said usually by the 20th of the month, we would have ridership data from the previous month. We are all anxious to know what is the impact on federal government return to work on ridership. We don't have solid numbers. Do you think it would be feasible to advance that work and have that information in front of Transit Commission by the 10th rather than by the 20th, or is that out of the question?
Mr. Mayor, we'll be able to bring a number of indicators, but not the final number. We'll be able to report on trends that we saw in past sales, trends that we saw in daily ridership. We'll certainly be able to report on paratranspo ridership. It will still take another week and a half or so after that date before we can give the final number that's comparable to all the numbers we've given in the past.
Okay, so we'll have some information, but not a total picture or a totally accurate picture by that.
I would say not a totally detailed. The information we provide will be accurate, but it won't be at the same level that that the Commission's come to expect. My boss is here and will say more.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, for sure, for the trains, we will be able to share data on a weekly basis. For the buses, it's a little bit more tough to have the ridership before, I would say, the 15th of the month for the previous month. But I can share with you today that we have seen an increase on our fare sales, and which is great, 7% compared to last year and 9% compared to this winter, which is great. It's good news. So hopefully that people are back. But it's a little bit earlier again to say that is it because we have more people, or it's because people who used to buy single fare now switch to monthly passes. One of the things that that we're monitoring, and which is great as well, it's on a daily basis, we have supervisors on the road and they report to TSCC, or control room, to know how is the load and where we exceed load, etc. So we can definitely improve the service and adapt the service to people who are come back actually.
Okay, thank you. So I've been listening to all of my colleagues, and I want to introduce a replacement motion if the mayor will allow it, because I think we need to reframe how we're asking it in the context of some of the decisions ahead of us in the budget cycle into the future year. I think clerk's office has this, if we can put it up on screen. Whereas there's a forecasted $25 million deficit for transit in the 2024 budget and $120 million deficit for transit in the 2025 budget, whereas overall ridership on OC Transpo is substantially reduced from pre-pandemic levels and has had a severe impact on revenues, whereas demand for light rail service is lower during off-peak, whereas it's critical that OC Transpo resources are applied to where demand is greatest, and whereas City of Ottawa staff are committed to finding a balanced approach that minimizes the financial burden on residents while maintaining essential transit services, and whereas staff continue to explore all possible avenues to ensure the long-term sustainability of OC Transpo, whereas Confederation Line 1 service has been reduced under delegated authority to 10-minute headways during weekday and off-peak hours, whereas the City of Ottawa is facing a significant funding pressure impacting transit, with the structural deficit for public transit averaging $140 million per year over the next 5 years and a deficit of $120 million for 2025. Therefore, be it resolved that OC Transpo collect and analyze ridership data at the current service frequency to assess the impact on overall ridership levels and transit system efficiency, and return to Transit Commission within 3 months with an analysis of ridership trends and patterns, impact on revenue and operational costs, an assessment of any other operational efficiencies and cost saving measures and the impact of any federal or provincial investment in transit, and make a recommendation about future service levels at that time. Be it further resolved that staff continue to monitor the data and commit to increase service as soon as operationally feasible to align service levels with ridership demand when it increases. And be it further resolved that the mayor continue to engage with federal and provincial governments to secure fair and adequate funding for public transit, emphasizing the critical role of transit in the city's economic recovery, environmental sustainability, and to maintain service levels to match ridership demand. And I'll add that we're planning around the table here on gut feeling of what we think will work to bring ridership and improve customer service. We don't have the luxury of an open-ended budget to do that anymore. We need to base our decisions as OC Transpo staff do throughout the year on what the data and ridership actually shows. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Point of order.
Yep.
Sorry, I think I heard the councillors suggest that this was a replacement motion. It is. It accomplishes an entirely different thing if it were to pass, and is thus not a replacement.
Well, I'll get the clerk to comment on that then, if you don't mind.
Mr. Mayor, it might be helpful for the mover to clarify the intent of the motion. My preliminary interpretation of the motion is that this motion seeks to have OC Transpo staff bring back information to Transit Commission with a recommendation on service level changes at a later date and not make the decision today, but perhaps I misunderstand the intent of the mover.
Yeah, that's accurate. It's coming back to us with more detailed ridership information before we make any commitment or direction to staff on frequency.
Sorry, I'm still not clear as to whether or not the clerk considers this to be a replacement motion. If it's a replacement motion, we're not voting on both. Is the wording that you're intending to use an alternative motion?
I'm introducing it as the replacement motion.
And sorry, Madam Clerk, did you suggest that it is a replacement motion?
With respect to the procedure bylaw, this is being put forward, appreciating the word replacement motion has been used as an amendment that is a separate and distinct disposition of the question as allowed under section 62(4) of the procedure bylaw. So it would be in order to bring that forward as a alternate disposition of this question.
So the, if I understand the voting procedure on this, unless there are further amendments to come, The Gower motion is the last in, thus will be the first voted on. If it passes, then we won't proceed to a vote on the Leaper motion.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that. Okay. I don't see any other hands up. So people, if you want to speak to the motion by Councillor Gower, you are able to, but please raise your hand if you'd like to do that then, please. Councillor Troster.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to say I object to this replacement motion. I think we should have an opportunity to debate on the substantive motion that we have been discussing for the last 2 hours. So whether or not you agree with the substance of the motion, I would ask folks around the table to give us the opportunity to vote on the substantive motion by Councillor Leaper, seconded by me. Thank you.
Sorry, I would just ask the clerk if we could please have a copy of the latest motion that we're being asked to debate.
Sure.
Yes,
and we can put it on the screen if you want. I think it can be circulated as well if necessary.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we'll do both.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor, would you entertain a 5-minute break for us to read the motion?
Sure. We can pause for a few minutes while people have a chance to look at it. Okay, let's get started again in 1 minute, please. Okay, let's get started again, please. So there is a motion on the floor. There's the original motion, there's the Gower motion. From reading the two motions, my interpretation is that they are mutually exclusive, that if Councillor Gower's motion were to pass, it would preclude proceeding with Councillor Leeper's motion. In other words, if they both pass, they would be in conflict with each other. So therefore, if we vote on Councillor Gower's motion and it passes, we will not vote on Councillor Leeper's motion.
Just a point of order before I challenge you on that, Mayor. Is it your opinion that it is the second be it resolved, which reads, be it further resolved that staff continue to monitor the data and commit to increase service as soon as operationally feasible to align service levels with ridership demand when it increases? Is that the clause that you're suggesting puts the two motions at odds?
I believe it's both the first two, therefore it be resolved clauses that put them in conflict with each other, that the intent of Councillor Gower's motion, as I understand it, is not to choose a frequency, or not to choose to change the frequency today, but to gather more information and come back within 3 months at Transit Commission. That's the intent of Councillor Gower's motion.
So your ruling is that the first two be it resolved clauses put the motions at odds, and I will challenge that ruling.
Okay. So we vote on that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Council would now vote on the question, shall the chair be sustained? A vote of yes would sustain the chair.
Okay, go ahead.
Councillor Curry.
Yes.
Councillor Durush.
Yes.
Councillor Johnson.
No.
Councillor Plant.
No.
Councillor Leeper.
No.
Councillor King.
No.
Councillor Tierney.
No.
Councillor Devine.
No.
Councillor Brockington. Councillor Lowe.
Yes.
Councillor Brown.
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
No.
Councillor Carr.
Yes.
Councillor Kelly.
Yes.
Councillor Menard.
No.
Councillor Kitts.
Yes.
Councillor Giroux.
Yes.
Councillor Luloff.
Yes.
Councillor Troster.
No.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Hubley.
Yes.
Councillor Bradley.
No.
Councillor Hill.
Yes.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Yes.
14 yeas, 10 nays.
Okay. So we'll open it up to speak on the Gower motion then.
And point of order, I was looking to bring an amendment to the Gower motion, but does that come after the fact? And forgive me for lack of procedure, but I'm trying to bring an amendment to the Gower motion.
You can propose an amendment to the Gower motion, and I see your hand is up.
Thank you.
So you can do it at that time, though, because someone else is in.
I beg your pardon, sir. Thank you.
Councillor Plant? Your hand is up in the queue. Okay. Councillor Devine?
First term mistake. Thank you, Mayor. So I just sent an amendment to the Gower motion to the clerk by email. I can introduce the amendment to the motion and speak to the spirit behind the amendment. Which comes first?
Well, I would recommend you read the motion and then speak to the motion. Or
Thank you.
The amendment, rather.
The amendment to the motion, which supports some of the intent of the Gower motion. So my amendment is, whereas frequency of LRT was reduced under delegated authority without consideration of ridership and without evidence on demand, therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to restore weekday off-peak frequency to 5 minutes until the requested data is available. And colleagues, my intention behind the motion, when this change was first proposed of reducing service to where it currently stands, my initial reaction was, why are we doing it now, prior to the return of students, prior to the return of workers? Why not wait until October, November, until such a time when we will have seen true ridership data based on that higher frequency of service? It felt to me counterproductive to make the change and anticipate prior to the students or workers coming downtown. So I completely respect the spirit behind Gower's motion of collecting data so that we can make a proper operational decision. But I think the best experiment to be done would be to do so under the prior conditions so we can see what ridership demand is when service is at its best. So my proposal is to continue with the spirit of collecting data so we can make a genuine operational decision, but to make that decision based on the best conditions possible. And in my opinion, having that higher frequency of service will demonstrate the best conditions possible and will provide quite likely a better observation of how many riders are intent on using the service. So that's my proposal.
Okay, thank you. I take it, Councillor Gower, you would not consider that a friendly amendment? Okay, thank you. Councillor Bradley.
Do we need to vote on the amendment first? I'm a bit confused procedurally now where we're at. He's proposed an amendment.
There's an amendment that I'm assuming people might want to discuss that amendment as well as the motion. Okay. So I mean, we could vote immediately.
No, I'm just trying to wrap my brain around this.
Giving people the opportunity to talk about the amendment and the motion itself.
Perfect. So I had a question.
Councillor, sorry to interrupt, Councillor Bradley, but Councillor Devine, do you have a seconder?
I'll second it if you don't.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so on the original motion, I just had a question around, you know, we often talk about motions can often be redundant in work that already staff is doing. So perhaps staff could clarify to me what in this motion that you actually need that direction from council that you're not already doing.
Mr. Mayor, can you say the question again, please, for me?
Sure. So the motion asks that staff collect data, that they monitor, and they adjust service levels as needed based on that data that they've collected. My understanding is that the only piece in here that perhaps requires a motion, which I'm not even sure that it does, is that you're going to report back to Transit Commission with the data that you've collected. So could you clarify for me what in this motion is staff not already doing?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for providing me the opportunity to talk about that. So this decision has been taken after multiple reflections. And I would say that as the GM of OC Transport, passionate of transit, for sure, more service, more dedicated lanes, more frequencies will be helpful. That said, I think we have seen a lot of people who would like to have more money for transit, and it's not only here in Ottawa. I think the minimum that I have to do as the GM, it's to recommend that we match the ridership to the service that we offer. So maybe the province or the federal will be willing to say they are doing their part, we will do our part. So the decision that we have taken during the out of peak, normally, let's say roughly on a weekday, a good day will have 450,000 passengers. So during the out of peak, last year, we had 264,000. passengers. And for this same week, which is last week, we had 254,000 passengers. So we are below the threshold that we had achieved, last year. And our forecast is based on the last year ridership plus 3 to 5%, because we have anticipated that maybe with the federal workers, we will have more people. So we have plenty of room on our system actually, and I think it's fair to say that it's important to take our time to continue to monitor what we are seeing today, and then if we need it, we will definitely improve the service, and that will be the way for me that we will do our due diligence with taxpayers' money.
Ms. Amakar, I appreciate your rationalization as to why you made this decision. I don't agree with it, but I appreciate it. But my question was the motion specifically, and what in the motion do you that you're not already doing? I know that you're monitoring service levels and that you'll make adjustments as needed. You don't need council to give you a motion to continue doing that work. So what in this motion that Councillor Gower has presented is needed for staff to do this work?
Thank you for the question. I think the motion will give me the time that I require to be able to continue to monitor and come back to this forum and make a recommendation. And I want again to take the opportunity to say that we're not alone. You know, Ottawa will do that. A lot of cities around the world, and I can share some data with you if you would like to. A lot of cities are doing the same thing. They are adapting their service out of peak to be able to give a good service during the peak hours. And we will continue, this is a commitment, we'll continue to monitor, and we will increase the service as we used to do.
So if we don't pass this motion today, because here's the pickle that we're in. I want this information, I want this data, and I'd like to see it reported back to the Transit Commission so that they can make an informed decision. But if we pass this motion, we don't get to vote on Councillor Leeper's motion with respect to the 5-minute headways and restoring them after line 2 open. So what I want to understand, if I vote no on Councillor Gower's motion, what in the motion are you not going to do as a result of that no vote?
Mr. Mayor, I don't know if I will answer correctly, but we are the experts on transit. I consider myself as an expert, and my goal here is to propose the right thing to do with taxpayers' money. The decision will need to be taken by the council. My recommendation is we maintain the adjustment to the service, similar as we have done for the route review on buses. We have done the same thing for the buses. We have put in place months ago an adjustment during the weekend. I followed the same process to take that decision, which is unfortunate. That brings this discussion today. Take away from me, wait for Transit Commission, bring as usual as I used to do since I have been here. So I think we have to continue to work together, and the council will need to rely on experts. Otherwise, I will just wait and council will tell me what to do. But I consider myself as an expert on transit, and this is the right thing to do.
I appreciate your expertise. My understanding was that this was purely a financial decision and that we were looking to shore up our budget. So I think that most people who are in the space of transit would agree that higher frequency transit is the best move, and that this is, as you had described to Transit Commission earlier, a financial decision. I just want to make it clear to my colleagues, though, that a vote no on the Gower motion, unless Councillor Devine's amendment is accepted, we're still going to get the exact same information. We're not asking them to take on any new work with this motion. So voting no and allowing Councillor Leeper's motion to be voted on is not precluding us from getting the information that Councillor Gower has put forward. So I just want to make that very clear for those of us who want data, but also want to be able to express to the residents of Ottawa that we value transit service, and reducing frequency on line 1 is not the right thing to do. And to Councillor Devine's point, if we reduce the service and then measure to see how riders are responding to that, of course, we're going to see a reduction in ridership, and it's going to take longer for us to restore that 5-minute headway. If we keep 5-minute headways and we allow that to play out, especially once we open line 2, then perhaps we can justify keeping 5-minute headways. So it does seem a bit backwards to reduce the service and then measure how that goes as a point of success. So I'm going to be voting no on the Gower motion as it is. If the amendment is accepted, then I would vote yes to restore the 5-minute headways while we wait for that information to come forward. But to be clear, voting no does not mean that we will not get the information that Councillor Gower has asked for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. Councillor Lowe.
Thanks, Mayor. Question for staff. How quickly can we sort of modify the staffing in terms of EROs to between 5 and 10-minute service?
Thank you for the question. So the booking is similar with the buses. We have 4 to 5 booking per year. However, because it's a new decision, we have the capacity to increase some trains, not all of the trains. So we are very prudent, and that's why in the memo that I've sent, we said clearly that we will monitor and we will adjust the service. That said, we cannot play neither with the operators, because now they have booked their vacation based on this new schedule, and they have their current schedule. So if we change that schedule again, that will personally affect them. So that's why I think it's fair to say this service responds to the current ridership, and we have buffer, more almost 20% as buffer out of peak that we have actually, so we still have room. And then if we see that we need to add 1 or 2 trains, we can do that easily. And if we want to restore the full service as previously, we will need to wait for the next booking, which will be in effect in December 30th.
Thanks very much, Ms. Hamilcar. I think I'll partially repeat something that I said earlier, that, you know, we as councillors are not transit planners. And as much as some of us would like to be, the motion that I'm seconding put forth by Councillor Gower gives staff that flexibility, that they report back with information and then adjust the service up to 6, 7, 8-minute service as required. Whereas the original motion by Councillor Leeper and by extension, the proposed amendment arbitrarily sets it at 5 minutes, and which sounds great in terms of a higher order rapid transit service that we're trying to provide, but at the same time, we have a responsibility to our residents to be financially responsible and provide what's needed. So I'm not supporting the amendment, not supporting the original motion, and I will be supporting the motion that I'm seconding. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much. And I apologize if this has already been answered, but I'm trying to understand the amendment that has just been presented to the Gower motion would restore service on the Confederation line immediately, whereas the original motion by Councillor Leeper would have restored it once the Trillium line opens. Correct? Do I have that correct? And I guess I'll ask the mover of the amendment.
I can answer yes to the first part of it, that yes, my amendment would restore service immediately. I'll let Councillor Leeper answer the second part of your question.
I think he already did earlier, that it would take effect with the opening of the Trillium line.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Tierney. Sorry, were you done, Councillor Carr? I thought you were done. Okay, Councillor Tierney?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I was worried I'd never get back on the board again. Phew, thanks for doing that. Congratulations, everyone. That being said, there's a lot of, again, discussion here. I'll skip the whole lengthy discussion. Councillor Devine's moved a motion, and based on all the numbers that we received back after when the clock ran out, I find it a very, every dime is important. We all know that. But it seems like a very small amount to go to 7 minutes. It's terrifically small, and we keep preaching compromise. So I'm looking to the mover of the motion and the seconder of the motion, both my neighbors. Would you see a friendly amendment to 7 minutes versus the 5 minutes?
And just so I understand, you'd be supporting the amendment I'm proposing, which is the restoration of service immediately, but at 7 minutes instead of 5?
Correct.
I will accept that.
Okay. So I'll just say a couple things. I might have a question or two. I never spoke to the previous motion because Councillor Gower introduced the new motion. I think actually before I do that, I think there's one small issue with Councillor Devine's motion, which is you need to identify a funding source for the immediate restoration of service, correct? Do we need that to have a funding source?
Mr. Mayor, just to be precise, that would be recommended. The Councillor Leaper's motion had identified a specific funding source for the service changes.
And so I would use the same funding source that Councillor Leaper had in his motion.
Okay. So I think we're clear on what the amendment then is and what the Gower motion is. I will just say, I don't think this is, so just to be clear, if we vote today for Councillor Gower's motion, staff will still have, if we vote for Councillor Gower's motion without the amendment by Councillor Devine, just to be clear, staff will still have the same authority that it always had to be able to increase service at any time based on its own staff's assessment of demand and the best interests of the service. Based on their delegated authority, they will be able to make that decision at any time. If we vote for the amendment or we vote for Councillor Leaper's motion, staff will no longer have that authority. We will have taken it away from them because we will have imposed a specific schedule on the system, and staff will not have that flexibility anymore going forward. And
point of clarification, Mayor, I would like to, if you could repeat that assertion, because I think you're postulating that if my amendment is proposed, staff is not able to conduct something that they could do if the Gower motion.
Well, I suppose, okay, so I suppose in the Gower motion, if as amended, the staff could come back in with the information and make a change, but in the Leaper motion, we would be removing delegated authority effectively for the rest of this term of council on the frequency of the
in the Gower motion
service.
in the Gower motion they can come back.
Okay, I have the microphone now, so let's if you'll allow me to continue with my questions and remarks. Okay, so again, for me this is an issue of principle. We have an amazing team at OC Transpo. They're doing a great job. They make the decisions about the frequency of the service. They are doing that based on the best available information, based on the budget pressures that they face as well. And I believe we should support our staff by allowing them to make this decision and allowing them to make future decisions about when that service will increase based on demand and based on marketing the service to our residents and delivering great service to our residents. So staff do not support increasing the frequency at this time. The Chair of Transit doesn't support it. We're not removing the authority from staff to make that decision to increase frequency in the future. If we vote a certain way today, we vote for Councillor Gower's motion, we don't vote for Councillor Leaper's motion. And as other people have pointed out, 10-minute frequency is only a 10-minute wait if you arrive immediately after the previous train has departed. So for many people, they will arrive at the platform and they'll wait 3 minutes or 5 minutes or 7 minutes. The only way you would wait 10 minutes is if you arrive at the platform and you just missed the last train. So a lot of people will still experience frequent service faster than 10 minutes when they arrive at the platform. And I looked, as Councillor Kitts brought up, I looked around at other transit services, and many transit services, including Toronto on its main transit lines, on its main subway lines, offer less frequent service in off-peak times than they do in peak times. It's only natural that they offer less service, less frequent service at a time when fewer people are using the service, and they offer more service when there is greater demand. So I won't be supporting Councillor Devine's amendment. I will be supporting Councillor Gower's motion. So let's vote first on the amendment, please.
Councillor Curry,
No.
Councillor Durush,
No.
Councillor Johnson,
Yes.
Councillor Plant,
Oui.
Councillor Leeper,
Yes.
Councillor King,
Yes.
Councillor Tierney,
Yes.
Councillor Devine,
Yes.
Councillor Brockington,
Yes.
Councillor Lowe,
No.
Councillor Brown,
No.
Councillor Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Councillor Carr,
Yes.
Councillor Kelly,
No.
Councillor Menard,
Yes.
Councillor Kitts,
No.
Councillor Giroux,
No.
Councillor Luloff,
No.
Councillor Troster,
Yes.
Councillor Gower,
No.
Councillor Hubley,
No.
Councillor Bradley,
Yes.
Councillor Hill,
No.
Councillor Dudas,
No.
Mayor Sutcliffe,
No.
12 yeas, 13 nays.
Okay, and then on the Gower motion, please.
Councillor Curry,
Yes.
Councillor Durush,
Yes.
Councillor Johnson,
No.
Councillor Plant,
No.
Councillor Leeper,
Yes. Oh, sorry. No.
Councillor King,
No.
Councillor Tierney,
No.
Councillor Devine,
No.
Councillor Brockington,
No.
Councillor Lowe,
Yes.
Councillor Brown,
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh,
No.
Councillor Carr,
Yes.
Councillor Kelly,
Yes.
Councillor Menard,
No.
Councillor Kitts,
Yes.
Companies in the area.
Councillor Giroux,
Yes.
So we would like.
Councillor Luloff,
Yes.
Councillor Troster,
No.
Councillor Gower,
Yes.
Councillor Hubley,
Yes.
Councillor Bradley,
No.
Councillor Hill,
Yes.
Councillor Dudas,
Yes.
Mayor Sutcliffe,
Yes.
14 yeas, 11 nays.
Okay, so the Gower motion is carried. Let's go to item 17. There are no in-camera items. Disposition of items approved by committees under delegated authority. Is that carried? Motion to adopt reports, Councillor King.
Thank you, Your Worship, that the Ottawa Board of Health Report 2 in camera, Agricultural and Rural Affairs Committee Report 16, Built Heritage Committee Report 17, Finance and Corporate Services Report 17, and Planning and Housing Committee Report 33, Transit Commission Report 14, and the report from the City Clerk entitled Summary of Oral and Written Public Submissions for Items Subject to the Planning Act Explanation Requirements at the City Council meeting of September 4th, 2024 be received and adopted as amended.
Is that carried? Motions of which notice has previously been given. Motion by Councillor Brown on the ward boundary review. Is that, Councillor Brown, did you want to speak to that, or?
Happy to answer questions, but if you want to speed this along, happy not to.
Is that carried?
Carried.
Councillor Menard has a motion on short-term local street closure. Is that carried? Motions requiring suspension of the rules of procedure. Councillor Tierney has a motion to extend Councillor Johnson as FCM representative on suspension of the rules. Is that carried?
Carried.
Councillor Tierney.
Great, thank you. If I can get that motion on the screen, I'll be very brief. Oddly enough, as soon as we read this motion, we've got to go over to FCM. Lane, so there you go. Whereas the Federation of Canadian Municipalities represents the interests of the member municipalities and the policy programs that matter that fall within the federal jurisdiction, whereas in accordance with the FCM bylaws, the City of Ottawa is eligible to select a representative to the Board of Directors in addition to Councillor Tierney, who serves as the second Vice President, whereas in August 2023, Council approved Lane Johnson to FCM's Board of Directors for a one-year term starting August 2023, ending August 2024, whereas the City will be asked to confirm its representative by resolution prior to the 2025 FCM AGM Annual Conference scheduled May 29th to June 2025 in Ottawa. Therefore, be resolved that Council extend Lane Johnson's appointment to the City of Ottawa's representative to FCM Board of Directors until next FCM AGM conference in Ottawa, and I guess that's it. Oh, there. And
I think that is it.
I think that is it.
Or is it not? No, there's more.
No, there's more. It's just not on the screen. Be it further resolved that the city clerk be directed to undertake the circulation of expression of interest prior to the 2025 annual conference, AGM, to determine whether members of council have interest in serving on the FCM board. Be it further resolved that the City of Ottawa continues to assume all costs associated with the council appointed representative attending FCM Board of Directors meetings to be funded through the council administration budget. That is really it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Brockington.
Mayor, just a quick point. I certainly support the motion, but one of the whereas clauses indicates the conference and AGM is 13 days long. So I'm not sure if that's just a misprint in the motion.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I believe that's supposed to be June 1st, 2025. Thank you, Councillor.
Okay. Is that carried? Councillor Lowe has a motion on the appointment of the honorary council co-chair for the 2024 City of Ottawa Employee United Way campaign on suspension of the rules. Is that carried? Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas United Way East Ontario has been a City of Ottawa's corporate charity and has participated in an annual employee campaign since 2001, whereas the United Way East Ontario brings people from different organizations together to create long-lasting social change through its three focus areas: all that kids can be, from poverty to possibility, and healthy people, strong communities. And whereas United Way East Ontario launches its annual fundraising campaign every fall to support local charities committed to 100% local impact, whereas the city continues to use United Way's e-pledge donation program to allow employees to donate, and whereas the chair of the Community Services Committee has historically taken on the role of honorary co-chair for the city's employee campaign, whereas Chair Laura Dudas has indicated her willingness to continue in this capacity for the 2024 campaign, and whereas the honorary council co-chair will work with the general manager of Recreation, Culture, and Facility Services on the 2024 City of Ottawa Employee United Way campaign. Therefore, be resolved that council appoint Councillor Laura Dudas as the honorary council co-chair for the 2024 City of Ottawa Employee United Way campaign. No notes.
Thank you. Did you want to?
No notes.
Okay. Is that carried? Okay. Notices of motion. Councillor Troster.
Thank you. Another riveting motion about closing a road. Whereas the Laurier Hall Brewing Company hosts an annual street festival to provide expanded programming and seating for patrons titled Flora Fest. And whereas Flora Fest takes place on a section of Flora Street between Kent Street and Bank Street. And whereas the organizers requested to close the section of Flora Street between Kent and Bank on Friday, October 11th, 2024, to facilitate setup of the event while maintaining local access to residents via two-way traffic entering at Kent Street. And whereas the road closure will be in effect from 12 p.m. Friday, on Friday 11th, Friday, October 11th, 2024 to 6 p.m. on Sunday, October 13th, 2024. And whereas the City of Ottawa Special Events on City Streets bylaw prohibits road closures before 6 p.m. Monday to Friday, therefore be it resolved, the council approve the closure of Flora Street between Kent Street and Bank Street from 12 p.m. on Friday, October 11th to 6 p.m. on Sunday, October 11th to facilitate Flora Fest 7, providing it meets the requirements, conditions, and approval of traffic services.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Tierney.
Great, thank you. And thanks, Caitlin, for giving me the old-fashioned paper copy. Whereas the city's agreement with OCIP for the Bell Sunsplex and Ridgecraft Sunsplex required the operating reserve that is funded through the $850,000 OCPI contributions and annual contributions of $250,000 from the city until the reserve reaches the value of the one-year debt servicing repayment. And whereas on June 14th, 2023, Council approved the temporary waiver to July 1st, 2024 of the requirement for the OCIP to fund the operating reserve from the current period of the net operating income and fund the annual debt service for the next succeeding year, and directed staff to revisit the waiver request in conjunction with the 2024 budget presented at OCIP. And whereas the OCIP has requested the extension of such waivers, and upon council approval, the FCO and city treasurer will implement such an extension on the same terms that OCIP continue to support the daily operations and make all required contributions to the life cycle fund and maintain the facilities in the state of good repair. Therefore, be resolved that the chief financial officer / city treasurer be given the delegated authority to extend the temporary waiver previously granted to the OCIP to fund the succeeding year's debt servicing and contributions to the operating reserves until December 31st, 2025. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Motion to introduce bylaws, Councillor King.
Thank you, Your Worship, that the bylaws listed on the agenda under motion to introduce bylaws, 3 readings be read and passed.
Is that carried? Confirmation bylaw, Councillor King.
That the following bylaw be read and passed to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting of September 18th, 2024.
Is that carried? Yes, carried. Thank you. Inquiries, Councillor Johnson.
While the area that we now call the City of Ottawa was a traditional meeting and trading site for generations of the Anishinaabe, the founding of the permanent settlement that would become known as Bytown and later Ottawa began in 1826. Just 2 years from now, what is today our nation's capital will celebrate its bicentennial. Celebrations could begin in as little as 15 months, extending to the 200th birthday on September. Tourism and to attract investment to our city. However, for local businesses and tourism operations to properly market the events, we need to announce them soon. What plans are being made to celebrate this important and historic milestone? How much is the proposed budget for celebrations? What partners has the city enlisted to help plan the celebrations? And how will the city encourage individuals, community associations, small businesses, and business improvement areas to participate? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. Would the general manager in the Recreation, Culture, and Facility Services Department working with bylaw services please comment on the feasibility of adding a sticker or other similar adhesive or other method to existing park signs and future park signs that clearly illustrate the dog designation for every park under the city's authority in the City of Ottawa? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bernard.
Thank you very much, Mayor. With regard to Wellington Street, can staff please outline what communications have been received from the federal government with regard to Wellington Street? Can staff speak to what positions the federal government has been taking or expressing in these discussions? And can staff inform council on any informal and or written offers from the federal government? Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other inquiries? Motion to adjourn, Councillor King.
that the proceedings of the City Council meeting of September 18th, 2024 be adjourned.
Is that carried? Thank you, everyone. Merci beaucoup.
Testing, testing.
And could you speak on the English channel once more?
There's something wrong with the seats over there?
Good afternoon, bonjour à tous. My name is Kendra Titley and I will be your moderator. Je m'appelle Kendra Titley et je serai l'animatrice de ce point de presse. I will now invite each agency in reverse alphabetical order to ask their questions. You may ask one question with a follow-up. Par ordre alphabétique inverse, j'invite maintenant chaque organisme à poser une question et une question de suivi. When asking your questions, please identify who your question is directed to, and if you're in council chambers, please use the microphone. Lorsque vous posez vos questions, veuillez indiquer à qui s'adresse votre question. We'll start with Frédéric Pépin, Radio-Canada.
Oui, bonjour. Bonjour à tous. Je vais commencer ma question pour vous, Madame Amilcar, si vous me le
I'll
permettez.
start with you, Mrs. Amilcar. We heard some talks about having a train frequency. Well, Mr. Brockington said we should have a higher frequency train, that it was more important than the needs to cut the costs. What do you think of these discussions? Are you going to be thinking again how to provide the service in Ottawa now? Thank you for the question. The decision was not made lightly. This decision was very thought of, and I have the opportunity to know the best leaders around the world. When I make such decisions with my team, first of all, we do a market analysis here in Ottawa, and then I verify with my colleagues. And the decision was made very simply because the number of clients that we have today does not jive with the service that we provide. So I think I need to do my job. That's why I'm paid. Otherwise, I don't know why they need an expert in transit. So with my team, it's not just me, it's my team too, and all my colleagues that I have around the world. This is the right decisions to be made, and we will continue to collect data on a daily basis so that we can adapt the level of service. And let's not forget that the service is at every 5 minutes on the rush hour. You forget about that, but this is an excellent service, and we will adapt out of rush hours if need be.
In English. Wait, please.
Not as fast. Okay. So I said that first, I'm glad that we have been able to keep the decision that staff has taken because it's important. We are the experts and we are doing all the diligence, and it's not because the discussion has been put on the table today that we haven't done our job first. The first thing that we have done is first, okay, what is the reality here in Ottawa? And then I called my colleagues, leaders around the world, to see what kind of things, what kind of decision they have taken as well. And we are definitely, we are engaged and we are in the same position. So this is very important that experts can continue to recommend things and take the right decision to be able to offer the best service to our customers here in Ottawa.
Madame Amilcar, encore une Deuxième question, qu'est-ce que ça pourrait vouloir
Second
dire pour le
question, what would it mean for OC Transport to have service cuts, to have $120 million? Yes, or earlier this week, we saw that with the various scenarios with the tax load, the choice was to increase the rates or reduce the service up to 120 million. What people are worried now when they hear about these figures. I mean, how will you get prepared in this context?
Well, thanks for your question. We'll have to wait. We've just received a direction, and we'll have to see. We're continuing to work with our teams. We're putting all scenarios on the table. We've done our work on this, our homework. It'll be a mix of all the scenarios. I couldn't allow that 100% to come from service because that would destroy service. And I think this would be the wrong message. So it's going to be an amalgamation, a mix of various things. And we have to continue to work. And we hope that the other levels of government will step up to the plate and we'll have to spend or see what money we have available to us at the end.
Yes, this is for the mayor. We had a very close vote today, 13 to 12, to defeat Councillor Devine's motion to immediately restore more frequent service on the LRT. You were essentially the tie-breaking vote, and I would like to know why you voted against restoring the more frequent service.
I looked at this as a matter of principle. We have a team at OC Transpo to which we have delegated authority to make the decisions about the frequency of the service. They're the experts, as Madame Almokar has just said. I believe in our team, and I have the greatest respect for the team at OC Transpo and the work that they're doing. They made a decision to reduce the frequency based on the data they had available and based on what they view as the best interests of the service, of sustaining the service, and the best interests of our passengers. And I support their continued ability to make those kinds of decisions. The end result of today is we're exactly where we were before, which is that OC Transpo leadership is able to make those decisions. We're not going to make them for them. We're not limiting them and imposing certain timetables on them for any route or any line. And if in the weeks ahead, there is increased demand or other reasons or factors that Madame Amilcar and her team are considering that lead them to decide that there should be more frequent train service, they'll be able to make that decision. But in the meantime, we have what almost every municipality that I've looked at has, which is slightly less frequent service during off-peak times than during peak times. To me, that's normal. To me, that makes sense for the ridership where we are now. And it means that we have more resources to apply to other areas of the service where there might be immediate demand.
A follow-up question on that vote and on the earlier vote on the budget direction. There is that very obvious split between rural councillors and councillors in the inner city, which we saw in the last council. And I'm just wondering if that, as mayor, concerns you, that continued schism between the two aspects of Ottawa, rural and urban.
I think we've had a very collaborative atmosphere at council so far, and I respect the fact that everybody is bringing their own issues and concerns and their own values to the debates and discussions we're having around the council table. I thought today was a great example of democracy. Everybody got a chance to speak. Everybody got a chance to ask their questions. Everybody got a chance to vote in the way that they felt was best, and we had an outcome. It was respectful, it was professional, it was polite. And so we may not agree on everything, but we're working together, and there are going to be times when certain people vote a certain way and other people vote a different way, and then we move on to the next issue. So that's the way the system works. We have a wonderful, beautiful, diverse city. We have a difference of opinions around the table, a diversity of opinions around the table, and then we talk about it and we reach a conclusion. That's the way it's supposed to be, and I'm happy with how it went today.
Thank you.
On va Charles-Antoine. Okay, merci. We will go to Austin Lee at CTV.
Hi, thank you. My question is for Renee Amilcar, and we're talking about obviously the wait times, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and talking about reassessing when ridership increases. How do you expect that ridership to increase when people are not only seeing these cuts and longer wait times, but also seeing in the news and in conversations here at City Council about how more cuts may be looming with this massive deficit? How do you expect to increase ridership?
Thank you for the question. I think by promising and delivering. So what I promised today is to be able to keep the service every 5 minutes during the peak hours and 10 minutes out of peak. We must deliver. This is our raison d'être. And I think as well, by explaining things to our customers, they will understand, because it's your money, it's my money, we pay taxes, it's my responsibility to put on the table some improvement, efficiencies, even if I'm a firm believer that the more we will offer, the better it will be, but Ottawa is unique. And as I shared in French, we have done a lot of benchmark, and we are very, very, very good with the level of the service that we provide. I have some very high city, big city who offered every 20 minutes out of peak. We're not there.
Right, but again, we're talking about the service being reduced while hoping that more people will rely on the service in the future. Are there any plans in place to incentivize people to lean on a system that is facing cuts and having cuts talked about it?
Thank you. I think I would prefer to say an adjustment of the service instead of cutting the service, and it's a chicken or the egg, right? For sure. And again, if you know, if I had a lot of money and I haven't care about customers' money, we could offer a lot of service. But the thing, what we are doing now, we are doing a rational decision to be able to promise, deliver. This is what I can do with what I have. And again, by delivering the service that we will promise to the customers, they will come. If they can predict, if they can rely on us, on this reliability, they will come.
Thank you. We will go to Arthur White-Crummy at CBC Radio.
Thank you. This will be for the mayor and also for probably Ms. Chi. And if I could have the mayor's answers in French as well, that would be great. It's about Wellington Street. And I know that you've said that there's been no formal written offer from the federal government on this. They are adamant, though, that they have made some kind of offer, however we want to characterize it. There appears to be a number on the table. They say it's equitable. They say it's good. So I'm wondering why the city hasn't either seized on that or come back with a counter offer for the transfer of Wellington Street, given the very troublesome financial condition that we're finding ourselves in right now.
I'll go back over the history of this from my perspective. In the early part of 2023, City Council was discussing whether to reopen Wellington Street to vehicles. And while that discussion was going on, we were approached by a couple of members of the federal cabinet. I had a meeting with them, Minister Jazik and Minister Blair. We had a productive discussion, and we went away, and council made the decision to reopen Wellington to vehicles, which is a decision that I think has helped with traffic in the downtown core. We added bike lanes, which was a positive thing. Many people have indicated they appreciate that. So I think for residents, it's been a positive outcome. I've always said I'm open to having a conversation with the federal government about the future of downtown, including Wellington Street. I think it needs to be a broader conversation. It can't just be about one street. There's traffic implications, and I've said many times, the future of downtown Ottawa is facing historic change right now. So I don't want to have a conversation with the federal government about one street on its own and just do a transaction over that. I want to have a conversation with them about the entire downtown and what we plan for downtown together, and Wellington can be part of that. My recollection of events in the early months of 2023 is that after the meeting with those two cabinet ministers, there were some discussions at the staff level. There was a letter that was written to me that included what they described as a draft framework that was meant to start the discussions. And then there was a cabinet shuffle. And Minister Jazik was no longer in cabinet, and Minister Blair was in a different portfolio. And after that, we didn't hear a whole lot from them about it. So, so my understanding is, and staff I don't know what's happened at the staff level, but I've not had very many conversations with federal officials about Wellington Street since that time. It's come up in passing once or twice, but there've been no meaningful discussions. I've never received a formal written offer from the federal government for Wellington Street. And so there's nothing for us to respond to at this point. It's not as though, sometime in the last month they gave us something in writing and they're waiting to hear from us. They initiated a process, and then people's roles changed, and the issue kind of, I think, got moved to the back burner. So that's my understanding of what's happened. And again, I'm ready to have a conversation anytime with the federal government. But I think we need a plan for downtown Ottawa, potentially including Wellington Street, not just a transaction on one road.
Okay, that all makes sense. I'm wondering though, so I'm taking this from you that you're opposed. Are you opposed to transferring Wellington Street unless it's part of that broader conversation? And is your primary concern the traffic impacts, or is it the price that the federal government is willing to pay?
Well, look, that's a very wide open question, right? I mean, I'm going to talk about, a parallel example. If somebody came to you and offered you money, I don't know if you own your own home, but if somebody came and offered you money for your home, is the concern the price that they're willing to pay? It depends what the price is, right? I mean, it's not a concern if the price is a huge amount of money. It is a concern if it's a small amount of money. We're not at the stage of negotiating at this point. We're not at the stage where we have a list of concerns. I've said all along, I'm open to the discussion. Obviously, anything that gets decided would have to go to City Council. It's not my decision on its own. I'm not here to choose one path or another for the future of Wellington Street. We voted on it as a council when we reopened it. If I recall correctly, that vote, I believe, was unanimous. So, we'll see where it goes. But we're not at the stage of having criteria or negotiating points or anything like that, because that's not the stage we're in the discussion. And I would come back to the fact that my priority right now is getting help from the federal and provincial governments on public transit and on the payments in lieu of taxes that we have not been receiving for the last few years. So that's my priority, and I'm going to continue to focus on that.
And I'll just take those in French if I could as well.
Sure. Alors,
well,
il y avait des conversations il y a plus d'un an.
Conversations kicked off about a year ago now. I had a conversation with the team at City Hall with Ministers Jazik and Blair as well. I haven't received a written or formal offer. This isn't something that's crossed my desk. And then there was a cabinet shuffle at one point, and these ministers changed portfolio. And that's when the conversations dropped off, and they haven't really got going again since. I'm always prepared to work with the federal government. I'm always open to that. But I think what needs to be done is to have a plan for the whole of the downtown core. And that has to include the buildings that the federal government mentioned in the budget, the buildings that they might intend to vacate or sell in the future. For example, Now, if the federal government wants to talk about Wellington, I'm prepared to have that conversation as well. But I think it's really necessary to work together to develop a wholesome plan for the downtown core. And if they want to include Wellington Street in that, I'm quite prepared to have that discussion with the federal government.
Thank you. We'll go to Kate Porter, CBC Ottawa.
Hello. Oh, nice height here. Mayor, I was just thinking how this debate showed some divisions and points of view, as Blair mentioned, and there were procedural maneuvers, and it all related to $600,000. But you're going to have to make some really tough decisions in the next few months. Are residents going to expect that council will have a lot of difficulty and long debates trying to get through a long list of whatever comes out in November? Because this doesn't bode very well.
I don't know why you say that it doesn't bode very well. I don't think it's a bad thing if we're having long conversations and debates about how the city of Ottawa should spend taxpayers' money. I think that's what we were hired to do. So budgets are tough. Budgets are tough. This is going to be a tough budget. I've been saying that for a year. So we need to be ready to have those kinds of tough conversations. And we're not going to get through this budget process without people feeling some pain and anxiety. And it's not an easy process for the team at the city. It's not an easy process for me. It won't be an easy process for the councillors. And it may be a difficult process for some of our residents. That's the same experience that I think a lot of our residents are going through every single day as they tackle their household budgets. Costs have been rising. Grocery costs have gone up. Rent costs have gone up. Mortgage rates have increased. The price of everything has increased. So our residents are going through their own budgets and finding ways to save money. They're cutting back in some areas. They're making tough decisions about what they're able to do with their money every year. We're going to have to do the same. And I'm sure there's going to be a healthy conversation around the table about it, and people are going to express their views. We're going to vote on the budget. I think that's a good thing.
And can you just help me too? I'm just trying to follow what you're saying about allowing Madame Amilcar's team to make its decisions. So if you are looking at some sorts of operating cuts because everyone left that in the budget directions, does that mean we should just see a dollar figure beside what those would include, and then it's up to Madame Amilcar's team to decide every little bit of frequency or route cuts or whatever, or do you expect that council should weigh in on that list at budget time?
I think there's time to figure that out. And I'll go back to the fact that there is a working group on the long-range financial plan for transit consisting of me and Councillor Tierney, Councillor Leeper, and Councillor Gower. And we've been meeting regularly, roughly every 2 weeks, looking at all of the different options, all of the different levers that can be applied to closing the gap in the transit budget by whatever margin we need to close it after we do or don't get help from other levels of government. So I think that's going to be a very productive process. And I think you will see in the final, in the draft budget, I think you will see some solutions and some options for council to consider. And I'm sure that the team at OC Transpo will weigh in with their thoughts on that and be able to answer questions about what all of that will mean. I want to reiterate, though, nobody wants big transit fare increases. Nobody wants big tax increases. Nobody wants to have to cut service. None of us want that. That's why we need to fix this systemic structural deficit in our transit budget, because going forward, we all want a fully functioning, sustainable, reliable transit service for our residents.
Thank you. We will be offering an additional time for an additional question. So with that, on va commencer avec Frédéric Papin, Radio-Canada.
Frédéric Papin, Radio-Canada.
Pour vous, Monsieur le maire. Oui.
Hello, Mayor.
Là, maintenant, vous avez le feu vert.
You now have the green light. Do you think that you'll be in a position to get the budget passed for 2025 while avoiding the same issues in 2026. With transit, for example, ridership is a problem that's causing a deficit. Now, this year will really help us for future years. How do you see this? Answer, that's very important, I think. This is a structural deficit. This isn't just a one-year deficit. It's not a one-off. It's a permanent deficit. And what we know is that the long-term deficit is about $9 billion. It's a lot of money. So we have to find solutions. And these solutions have to have an impact over the space of several years. So if we increase rates, if we increase the transport levy, well, all that'll have an impact on future budgets. If other solutions are adopted, perhaps they won't have the same impact. So we have a structural deficit currently. And for the next 5 years, we're talking about an average of $140 million a year. So we have to find solutions not only for 2025, or the next 3, 4, 5 years as well. Thank you.
We will go to Arthur White-Crummey, CPC.
Thank you. This will be from Madame Amilcar. I'm just wondering, the question of servants frequencies for the LRT has often been framed as a question of capacity, and that you don't want to run trains that are only 20% or 30% full. But I'm wondering, as several councillors pointed out, frequency and capacity are different. Why don't you simply run single car trains to right size the capacity to go to a current demand and still maintain 5-minute frequencies?
Thank you for the question. It's a question of logistic, because we need to be able to quickly finish the AM peak, and we will need as well to quickly start the PM peak. If we need to decouple the trains, that will bring another problem, and we will need more people in the maintenance department, so that will increase our maintenance dollars. You know what I mean? So it's important to take that as well. And again, it's a good service. Please, we should applaud that we are bringing that, because we are doing all the diligence. It's a very good service. Every 5 minutes during peak hours, every 10 minutes out of peak, you don't need a watch. I don't have it, because we know that it will pass. The reliability of the service is key, and this is what we are committed to do.
Merci. My apologies. Have I missed anyone? Okay, well, this concludes today's media availability. Ceci conclut le point de presse d'aujourd'hui.